Well there. It's me, Scott. It's time to think about what I forgot to do. Renamed that. I did that. Paused that. Close the door. I think I did all the things. Hi, how are you today? I last night or yesterday afternoon, I after streaming, I was going to wait. Where'd the music go? Did I make the music too quiet? I feel like that's the normal music level, but it seems really quiet. It's just the start of the song is very quiet. I'm wearing different headphones today, so like seems like that level's lower than normal. I don't know. We'll go with it. I switched back to my real headphones. They feel so light. They feel so light on my head, except the cable is heavy. Headphones are light, the cable is heavy. So I kind of want to do a cable mod. Is this too quiet? I'll just like crank it up just a little bit. We did this. Excuse me. Anyway, so yesterday, distracted already. I was gonna get out my old Galaxy S6 to just test some stuff, just because it'll be easier, quicker and easier to build to Android on this computer, obviously, because it's a Windows computer. And it was swollen, and the battery was super swollen, and it had cracked the display and seemingly broken some other things. And took it apart to take the battery out so it wouldn't explode, but it seems like not salvageable, unfortunately. I mean, whatever. It was what, almost a 6-year-old phone, so, and I barely used it past. I got it for a project to do Gear VR stuff, and then since then have barely used it. It's just kind of like a backup testing thing, and it didn't properly support AR core, so I wasn't super useful anyway. So anyway, that thing's dead. I ordered a replacement Google Pixel 3a as an Android test phone, so we'll see how that goes. Otherwise what? It still seems quiet. I don't know. Let's switch back to my other headphones temporarily. Could also do this, I guess. That would probably seem too loud. I don't know. We'll deal with it. So first thing, of course, is to get some wallpaper that we want. Yeah, so the goal at the moment is to go through Stormy Skies, to go through Dirty Land, to go through Volume 1, which we did yesterday, and it's like functional. It seems like the 7 tracks work, and the thing we had started to do was update all the graphics to use the vector graphics package in Unity. Not very happy with my image options today. Excuse me. Yeah, really not getting great pictures and getting lots of repeats. It's a real travesty. Oh, this hellscape was Mars? It's not a hellscape. It looked a little bit like lava. I don't know. Some days you just don't win the Unsplash lottery. I don't need to see fireworks at a Colorado Rockies game. I don't know. Well, hello. I like your jacket. Danger. Well, the shots through airplane windows today, it seems. Which, you know, not bad. Just not really feeling any of this stuff. What's our filter set to? Our filter is set to nature. Landscape. Great. Nice landscape. I feel like we need to build a wallpaper tool. It's just aren't tickling my fancy. Wallpaper selection is an important part of the creative process. Let's just go with this one. It's got like a almost aquatic, like a slightly underwater feel to it. Almost combination of the clouds and some of the terrain looks a little like caustics. I think that's cool. Interesting. Okay, anyway, the thing we were doing yesterday, yes, I did a little more of this last night just to like bear out the idea, but we were going through and just experimentally replacing raster assets, PNG files, with vector assets, and I just wanted to come up with like what workflow I wanted to do, because Illustrator does not work the way I wanted to. Sketch is Mac only. I guess I could buy Affinity Designer or something, but I already pay money for Creative Cloud, so you know. Anyway, so these are our quote-unquote vector, even though under the hood, interestingly enough, it's all really just tessellated geometry, which for some reason Unity doesn't show us anymore, even though I'm almost sure it used to. So we can zoom way in here. Look at all this resolution, incredible. We can zoom way in here and it looks like garbage. Similarly, zooming out, doesn't hold up quite as well. I mean, different things happen. We get like a little crunchy, you know? Over here we get soft here. I think that crunchy is preferable, especially since we'll try to be at multiples that make sense. We'll have to see how that goes. We'll also have way better pixel density than I have on this monitor, which will help that as well. Speaking of that, also playing with like our Unity canvas settings, how we want them to scale. I previously was trying to maintain a constant pixel size, and then I was just coming up with a scaling. Now I'm going to try this scale with the screen size. I don't know if I'm going to like that or not. I think what we'll actually want is we'll want that for all of our scenes that are like our content scenes, but the UI, we probably don't actually want that. So anyway, and as far as I'm just not crazy about Illustrator for this kind of thing. So I was trying to do the symbols palette yesterday, but the symbols, or whatever it is, the assets palette, but like updating and tweaking stuff in the asset export is annoying. So I settled for this like named artboard approach, which I don't love it, but I think it'll do the job. So anyway, I have individual artboards here, and editing artboards in Illustrator is not super duper straightforward, but they're each named based on what the asset is and sized appropriately for that asset. In the cases that I want kind of an apron, I can have that apron. And then I can do export for screens, and I can export all those artboards all at once to SVG with consistent settings. So like, it's okay. Not perfect, but it's okay. So I already did all of these, and some number of these, there's this one, I don't think the other ones are like this, like the other tracks, I guess we'll call them, chapters, whatever they are a mix like this, but this one is almost all Unity Canvas. So we use this SVG image component, and that seems okay. Seems like that does the job. But these sprites themselves that drop are not that. The sprites that drop are just straight up sprites. So which is fine. It's just rendered in a slightly different way. So when we do this, this is still the raster images. You can kind of see like how poorly those circles are holding up. So what it looks like I do is I like have a dropper prefab and then I clone from that. So I'm assuming we're gonna find, yeah. So the dropper prefab is a thing. So if we went inside there and looked at it, it would not look like anything for some reason. Interesting. So like just going straight into the dropper, so drop is the prefab for the whole thing. The dropper is the little thing that gets instanced, but I don't understand why we don't see it. That's kind of weird. Oh, it's because I'm paused, probably. Okay. So dropper, yes. So yeah, I mean, you can just look at this and see, it doesn't look so hot. So I think with this guy, we can just swap it straight out. So you can pause and unpause these, seemingly. I don't really remember all the features. We'll have to go like review the source code at some point. We're just worried about this image translation at the moment. I also can't decide if I want to like fix them all up one at a time or like go through them all and get them working again. I don't know. I don't know the answer. So the one thing that's kind of annoying about this is that we can't have both. That's interesting. That must get set. So this all seems normal. Oh, it wasn't. Native size went from 64 to 25. So I'm showing this at 64. It's a 32, 32. Why am I doing that? And why, when I do set native size, does it go to 25 and not to 32? So the droplet, is it because this isn't 100 or something silly like that? Like, I don't think so. I think all these are set to. Also don't know why I have anisotropy on for these, because you don't ever see them at an angle. Or bitmaps. Well, bitmaps might make sense for that because it does scale up. We won't care about that in the new setup. So, why? Is there any kind of scale? There's no scale here. Why? What? Why would this be true? Well, okay. Anyway, what that tells me is that sure. That we really want this to be 64, and we were just right. Is that what that tells me? That we're showing this as 64. So if we drop a droplet onto this canvas, we drop the droplet like this. Not a droplet. A dropper. We drop a dropper onto this canvas. Yes. And we get this cute little guy. It has a giant scale on it. Is that because I didn't drop it there initially? Okay, dropper onto this canvas. Why does it have a tremendous scale? None of these friends have... Oh, dropper is a sprite. Okay, my mistake. Dropper is a sprite. So if we show it in the canvas, of course it's going to be crazy. So I thought dropper was canvas, but that's not true. So apparently only our buttons are canvas on this guy, which that's okay. There's the droplet container, which is not in the canvas, I see. So when we do one of these, droplet container, which has no scale, anything fancy. All of these are scaled to 0.1. Screen world bottom left. I think I was doing some kind of is camera orthographic? It is 5, so that makes sense. We really need to be 5. It's just, in fact, it doesn't matter, right? Like, our camera, that should not be relevant. For the way we want to do things now. Okay, well, so I think it makes me feel like this actually wants to be, how big is this? This is 64. So I don't know how dude here ended up 32. Because we're scaling it up anyway. So I don't know that we care. The size, though, is going to be annoying, I guess. So that actually seems correct. So, okay, that's if we, okay, the dropper, just a straight up dropper is okay. But our prefab of a dropper, well, where was the insane scale coming from for that? That's weird. Like, when I just... Well, 64 units by 64 units. Oh, it has a rect transform, even though it's a... Okay, I'm definitely confused at the moment. The dropper shows that it has a rect transform. But we're not drawing it in the canvas? So let's be clear here. Those are droplets. Those are droppers. Droppers, okay, droppers do belong. Droppers do go on the canvas. Okay. Got it. Droppers are canvas. So it just looks bad, and we should go to the dropper, and we should I believe all we need to do is alpha 13s. Why would I do that? 125. So like an 8. Yeah. Really be 31. The alpha, so I think we can just ditch this, add an SVG image, set this to a dropper, and make this 32. Really 31, but whatever. And it is already raycast target, and that seems okay. Maybe we want to add some raycast padding. We at some point might want to have a custom shader for these, but at the moment, we don't care. Okay, so that's working. They're so tiny. They're so teeny tiny. So do we want to... So there's no notion here of, there's no scale on it. That appears to be the native size. I didn't save this. Now let's try this. Okay. That is like technically better. It still just might be too tiny. What? What? Are you kidding me? That was outrageous. Is this true? Is this true? Well, I told you, you know, I exploded that phone. I didn't really do anything. The phone exploded on its own. I just didn't pay attention to it. And then this morning, I bought a renewed Pixel 3 just because I, you know, to have an Android device around for testing. And I just got a message from eBay that this morning there's a sale, a certified refurbished. What an outrage. Search extra 10% off like new. Pixel 3A. Okay, 0 results. I feel better. I'm going to cancel an order. Okay, so we're okay. These are okay. They just don't, you know, I think we're just drawing too little here. If we were not so scaled down, they would be fine. Which is something we're really going to have to decide. Like, once we see this on a... It's sometimes, you know, on the one hand, it's going to be on a phone, so it's going to be smaller even than I'm seeing it here, but it's going to be double pixel density, if not more, because this is like, you know, a 24-inch 72 DPI. It's not very... Or, sorry, 24-inch 1080 screen, whatever that works out to be DPI, it's not good. It's not great. Maybe it's 72. So that is that thing swapped, and then the last thing to swap is the droplet itself. What? But the droplet itself is tricky. So here's where things are annoying. I think. There's quite a few things that are annoying, actually. So one of them is, I don't really like this placement strategy that we have. Feels weird. Like this thing. Feels kind of weird. I don't really like that. But that's what we did. And even when we did this, which would not change the canvas related stuff, yeah, it's gonna like massively change the range of things and the scaling of things, but this probably makes this math less annoying. Yeah, because then that's like... So we could figure this out. I don't know why I have this. Like some screen space to world space calculation thing that I'm doing. So when I create the droplet, screen world bottom left is just a thing I figure out, it would seem, somewhere. But why? Like, where does this come from? Who is setting this? Is that just set on the prefab? So droppers don't know that. Does drop set it on them when it creates them? Probably. I don't really like that this is called background. This is not. Screen world bottom left. So I try to like get the world corners of that transform, and then those are my boundaries. But why does the dropper need to know that? Is it related to the droplet? Yeah. So it just kind of gets passed down. It's not great. It's a bit annoying. And we really could figure it out based on the... we don't need to know the rect. We just need to know the like orthographic whatever you call it. Or the if we know the orthographic size, we can figure that out, and we don't have to like pass this variable all the way down. I don't know. I feel like it's that important. I mean, that's just how it knows. Yeah, this is kind of silly. Okay, so we get the bounds. Screen world bottom left. So really all we use that for? We only use one. So we use the Y component, which would be negative. This doesn't make very much sense to me. Is that where I should have paid more attention. Is that where the particles spawn? That's a dropper. So the Y component is -5, so it's down here. Maybe I did this on purpose because there's something about when we embed it, because we like load these scenes and we're going to have them inside of the master scene. Maybe there's some actual reason I did this, but I don't really understand this because the drop start position is wherever it is. Okay, this is basically the floor, right? That's all this is. And so I feel like if we instead of here had like the camera main. Okay, here's the problem though. That might not be the right camera. Interesting. Camera. Like the camera main or the negative camera main orthographic size would basically tell you where the bottom is. And then that would just work, and then we don't have to pass that thing down. Feels a little cleaner. I'm like, I don't know. Probably shouldn't be refactoring right now because we're supposed to be paying attention to something else, but just feels annoying to pass that down. But we just don't do this, and then we don't need to pay attention to it here or here. But I'm sure there's still plenty of stuff in here that is not as tidy as I would like. I think I would like this master guy to be called not background, but to be called drop. You know, so it's like the master class for drop. But it does literally have like these on pointer down up things that are related specifically to the background. So I don't know. I would like, if I were writing it today, I would probably abstract that a little bit, or just break it apart a little bit. Not necessarily abstract it, but just break it to pieces slightly. Like, we don't have to do any of this stuff then. I don't do any of this. I don't care anymore. Do we care about the Rex transform? Okay, we do care about that. We don't care about this. So maybe that'll work. Just doesn't feel, that wasn't a big deal. It just didn't feel good to be like passing a bunch of stuff down that we really didn't need. Okay, the scale of these though is what's going to be annoying, I feel like. Like these droplet clones could be just anything. So we basically have a scale that we would say is like their master scale, their biggest scale, which is maybe 0.1. And I thought we could click these and turn them off, but I don't know. We'll have to like actually look through the code and see what we can do and what we're supposed to be able to do. I feel like the sound of these instruments is not working well for me at the moment. Okay, that's full size, right? So what is a full size? Okay, one. One is full size, it would seem. We didn't quite make it to one, but so that's fine. That's easy enough. So then the thing to do, this is where it gets a little annoying because I don't exactly know how I want to handle this one thing because this is the one that has particles. Okay, so let's ignore that for a moment and say droplet. So this guy should be easy enough because I think we can keep the sprite renderer and just say instead of droplet, we use the SVG droplet sprite, which is weirdly not as big. How big is droplet supposed to be? 256, 256? Is that not true here? So one thing I may have done, which could like slightly throw a wrench in things, is no, 256, 256. So sometimes when I export things, I don't do this as much. I try not to do this as much now, but sometimes you just do it. Is like when you're exporting PNGs, you might apply a scale at the export time. So the asset might be one size, but looks like the asset, the droplet itself, was 256, 256. And this PNG is 256, 256. And this droplet, which is a vector sprite, you would think would be the same size. It's not like any scaling or anything. Like if I just, why are you a tiny little baby? That doesn't make much sense to me. Why are you a little baby friend, droplet? Other stuff didn't do that, did it? So if I did like drop button, that's the button. And then I do drop button here. You're invisible. What? Drop button sprite. Wait a minute. Something's fishy. Why would my drop button and my drop button sprite be different? Is this something about? That's drop button. I mean, is it something about this? Making you 128 pixels per unit makes you smaller. Makes sense, I guess. But why are you smaller? You're 128, 128. This guy was exported as 128, 128. If I change that target resolution, I think that's just part of the tessellation, not anything about the size. You were 100, you get bigger. So why is the pixels per unit of this guy at 100 the size of the other guy So okay, one thing I'm going to say, this doesn't really matter, and I should just leave it 100 anyway, just because it's then a little easier to just know what's going on in my head. I kind of would have expected that to change these, though. Okay, but that does mean... that seems weirdly inconsistent. Like, why... that's peculiar. Okay, but that still doesn't explain these two guys. The droplet sprite. We said is a vector sprite. Like, why would that looks like substantially smaller, right? So the actual droplet here, whatever, you're 200, what would happen? I mean, you know, none of these sizes technically matter because they're whatever I say they should be, you know, but I'm confused by why it would be inconsistent. Because that is just straight up 256, 256. It's not like I artificially increased the size somewhere. And the pixels per unit, unless they're just calculated differently somehow, which would be weird. That'd be a weird thing to do. You know, but if I said this was 50, then it would be the same size. Yeah. What?
I just want to go back.
And there's no additional scaling somewhere here. No scale. Okay, so just to be clear, if I just drop in this droplet and I drop in this droplet, and that was not the prefab droplet is this guy. What? Feels like something's not right. Let me double check that when I exported these, I didn't accidentally like do them half size accidentally or something. Let's try export for screens. I don't know why they would be the size they're supposed to be, unless this responsive button does something weird, which I guess I could see. Okay, these actually go to the right place. Assets, sprites, SVG, yeah. I guess I could see that. Okay. Weirdly, these guys didn't change, but that guy did. So the responsive... Interesting. So we want to turn off responsive. That's fine. I don't really understand why these guys didn't change unless they're now just broken. Like if these have fixed sizes on them, and the whole problem is that they're just not native sized. Like if these two vector ones, they say they're 128. I guess because they were already specifically 128 by 128, they were already correct. That would kind of make sense. Like they're explicitly set to that. And they could have been wrong, you know, whatever. But I think because they were specifically set to that size, that they are the proper size. But had I just dragged and dropped them in, they might have been wrong. Question mark? Okay, so in this case, then our buddy the droplet if it was 128, like all those other guys are, would be that size. Right. Okay. Cool. That's probably bigger than we want, but I feel like, I don't know. I was in the habit of doing the 128 thing for a while, just so the powers of 2 would make sense. So you would say, you know, 1 unit was a power of 2 subsection. Since all these things are power of 2. Actually, I think I still want to do. I'm going to still do that. I think I prefer it. It's not the default, but it means that if I'm in Illustrator and I'm working in powers of 2 on textures, I always know that a 128 square translates to 1 unit in Unity. That doesn't mean a great deal in terms of, like, you know, the way things are getting scaled for a screen or whatever, but it just helps me, like, because this is, you know, the number of units across this is arbitrary then, right? Wait, is that true? If we, yeah, because we're doing the scale with screen thing. Even if we say 5, we say 1 of these, why doesn't it scale with everything actually? Okay, let's turn off the... So if this was constant pixel size, and then, for example, then, and our orthographic, does this make a difference then? I'm confused about that. Like, why wouldn't the orthographic make a difference if it is? Because we're screen space camera. Is this where it would matter? Not rendered. Interesting. Like the orthographic projection, I guess it doesn't matter with Canvas, apparently. Well, I would say that's not totally intuitive. Anyway, my point is like, I don't know what the total width of this is then in terms of Unity units, basically. Which doesn't make a ton of sense, because this would seem like scale with screen size with size 1. Well, actually, if this was just a 2K square, then it will scale it so those units match. Yeah, I'm a little confused. I think we'll have to really think about it to get the numbers right. But at any rate, I feel slightly better with the 128 reference pixels per unit, because that just translates a little better to how I'm authoring the stuff, you know? In fact, if these were 1024 by 1024, that's what I was thinking. Okay, if these were 1024 by 1024, then that would make sense, because each of these is 128. So 4 128s would be roughly 512. If you didn't have the spacing in between them, that would be about half of this, and then that would make sense, actually. So do I want to do it that way? Because then I know. I mean, this is too big. This is bigger than I would want, so maybe I do it double. I think that's what I want to do. Because then it's basically saying the thing I care about is always 250 or 2048, 2048, and these will always be some fraction of that. So then my you know, well, I've made a tactical error somehow. Well, that makes it feel like the thing I just said is not true. The canvas is scaling with the screen size. But since that's not... So then we would want the orthographic size to be 256. Then it would be 256. That still doesn't seem right. Why would it be 3? It's like exactly 3 across. But these are 256 times 3. 768 across? What? Oh shoot. Well, those aren't going to scale with the screen size. They're going to be relative to, like, sure. Like if it's 720 across. It doesn't seem, oh, it does because I have padding on these, right? Because it's probably really 768 and it's extending past the 720. Right. So these are probably actually 240 across. If we look, this is probably actually 240. I was wrong. Wait, 192 times 3? It's 576. So wait. Well, then that doesn't make sense after all. That should be 576 across if our... Okay, so this is going to be kind of annoying because I don't really know how I want to handle that. The issue is because these are not part of Canvas land, they don't benefit from that scaling. Now we could probably do the math to like, see, like as we do this, the canvas scaler is going to correct it. So whatever we need to do. So, you know, we could adjust our orthographic to whatever it needed to be to make, yeah, this is kind of a weird problem, huh? Why did that, okay, there it goes. Like we'd essentially be doing the inverse of whatever was happening to scale the canvas down. I think about that a little bit. Okay, I need a quick restroom break. I'll be right back. Okay, so, and again, this one might be a one-off for just this one track, because the other tracks I think are all canvas based. So in other words, whatever we do to make a, like this canvas width should always be 2048. So we want, when we have a sprite, like if we made a sprite, say we made a sprite. Wait, where is it? This is right in front of my face. 2D sprites. Square. And I think this makes a 1 unit sprite. And we said it was 128. So I think this makes a 1 unit. Seems to have made a 4 unit sprite. Oh, is our camera set to 4? No. That's weird. Maybe it's the radius. So it's like a 1 unit radius. So maybe in that case, we actually do want it to be 256 because the radius is weird. And that would mean that it's 1 unit. Okay, yes. Now we have a 1 unit sprite. So if we wanted to say, so how many units across do we say this is then? 2048. No. Sorry, if we say that, oh yeah, 128 pixels per unit is what we're saying, and we're saying this is one unit, then we're actually saying that that would be what? It'd be like 2048 divided by 128 is the number of units, which is 16. We're saying that it's 16. We want this to be 16 units across. So that means this has to be 16, right? If we want what's going on in our canvas, because we're essentially saying, hey, this whole thing is 200, the reference resolution for this whole thing is 2048 across. Right? And that 1 unit is 128 pixels. So that means that we're saying this is 16 unity units across, which means the size needs to be 16. That really like makes our scaling feel really weird. Well, that makes sense because obviously this is only a little bigger than these. So if we want it substantially larger, it would need to be substantially larger. Do we really want to do this? I guess is the question. That consistency sounds good. It means we have to make this sprite bigger, but whatever. Doesn't matter because it's an SVG. We could also cheat it, of course, and just say like, hey, for that guy, you know, we could just say, oh, the droplet is a big boy. That's actually slightly tempting because then actually all of these could be the same size, and then you would adjust, you know, their native size based on their pixels per unit. So you could say like, oh, I just want that to be big, and then you would mess with its pixels per unit. I don't like that as much because then it's not as much like what you see is what you get kind of, which I think I do want. So yeah, then that actually means that if this is our approach, what was the scale before? I don't know. We probably want it to be something like 4 units across, right? So 4 times, so it'd be like 1024, 512 at least. Might need to be, if we said like the size is 1/4, that'd be 1024, that'd be 512. So if the circle was 512, not counting padding, so we would ditch the padding essentially and make it into a 512 circle, I think is the thing we want to do. Then I think that like makes all our math happy and everybody's all good. You think? Do you believe me when I tell you that? I think it sounds not unreasonable. So essentially we want to do two things. We want to say this artboard is going to double in size. This doesn't seem quite right, just looking at it, but I guess we'll see. And then this guy, we're just going to say there's no padding because I don't think we actually care. Normally you want like a little bit, a little bit of the apron, just, you know, in case weird stuff happens with anti-aliasing, but we don't care. Did I accidentally make a new canvas? What happened? Git. Nobody likes you, Artboard 7. Nobody ever liked you. And then center this guy. So it'd be something like this, which looks a little silly, but I think is more realistic in terms of it being like, yeah, that's one thing should be the size of basically all four of those. So now if we... Why do these guys not all have their own layers? So what is this? Part of the artboard editing, it's just a little too easy to accidentally create artboards. I think it's not great. Make sure these are on the right artboards, which is also a little weird. Like this, the like breakdown between layers and artboards, I kind of wish you could have layers per artboard, whatever. I understand why. There's certainly contexts where you wouldn't want that, but in a case like this, I do want that. Okay, so let's export all these. We'll replace all our friends. And then we'll go here to Unity. These should all change. So how broken are we if we just do this? Okay, that's the old guy at its biggest, which should be like 1/4 of the size of what it was. And now to fix everybody, we need to go into the droplet prefab. And who's giving me kisses? Secret smooches. Into the droplet prefab, and we don't want a sprite render anymore. We want... No, we do. We do still want a sprite render. We just want to use this sprite instead. Which... didn't do the color. And there's not a vector sprite? Is there like an SVG sprite? Why would that be the case? Is this material not appropriate? Is there separate SVGs? Right, no? Well, that's lame. Why do you think that would be? I mean, presumably I could do a different material for each and change that, but that would not be cool. The way this normally works is this would change the vertex colors. Okay, I'm going to ignore the color for just a moment. That's pretty weird, though, because it seemed to work fine for all these guys. It seemed okay, but... Encode. Ben, I am... It is like it's an album. It's an album of songs that are some assembly required. That I was working on in early 2017, and then I switched to a job that paid money and kind of forgot about it. And I've been meaning to revisit it for a long time. It's like 90% done. It just needs to be polished up and released, but in the process of polishing up and releasing, I'm trying to use the Unity vector graphics library, which mostly was doing what I wanted until just now when you jinxed it. So thanks a lot. Yeah, it's definitely your fault. No, the sprite renderer, weird. Unlit vector, interesting. Interesting. But maybe that makes sense. That probably does make sense, actually. Okay, so maybe all we need to do is on the droplet use unlit vector. That's not very useful. Well, let's make one, I guess. Probably just end up with one per SVG sprites and one per SVG UI eventually. That should not have been a folder. And make it unlit vector. Wait, where did unlit what? How did that happen? Where did that shader come from? Unlit vector uses a shader called unlit/vector. And I just made a material. And I went to unlit. Okay. Maybe it's me. Oh, that's part of the vector graphics library. So in fact, we could just use that one for now. That would be fine. Probably. So not on you, but on you, unlit. And unlit vector UI, I see. Okay, so that fixes you. It's a little weird that those other ones worked at all, actually, but let's just for due diligence, do the thing. So all of these, one of those I couldn't multi-edit. Why? Because you're not vector. Great. So unlit vector UI. I don't know if that made things any better. The vector package is not only still preview, but Unity, for some reason, decided to strip a bunch of it's been a little while ago, strip a bunch of preview packages from the package manager, where they are very slightly more annoying to add if you don't know what's going on, which is not cool. Yeah, it's kind of surprising that it's still preview. It seems to be actively developed, and looking at the forums, it sort of looks like it's still in preview because they're reworking it for the thing that was UI Elements, whatever it's called now, Ui Toolkit. So the good news is it seems like it might be kind of a first class kind of citizen if it's going to be part of Ui Toolkit, which seems to be what Unity's leaning into. Is that what it's called? Ui Elements turned into Ui Toolkit, right? I can't keep track. Unity UI, but what's the... I don't know what anything is anymore. The new thing. You know, the new thing. UI Builder, is that what it turned into? Okay, Unity's UI Toolkit, formerly UI Elements. Got it. Yes, UI Toolkit. Okay, so it seems like part of the reason that the Vector Graphics package is still in preview is because they're still doing work on it to integrate with that. I don't know. The reason I'm not too afraid of using it, yeah, of course they do. And the funniest part about this preview package is it's like already 2.0. It's 2.0 preview 14. So there's already been like 4 dozen releases or something crazy like that. Like the 1.0 preview package went through something, I don't even remember, something like 45 releases, something crazy. And so it's had a ton of work and a ton of releases. I don't know. I'm not too scared about using this package in particular because, and maybe I should be, but my perception is that at least the way I'm using it, since I'm not doing any of the runtime stuff, I'm really only using it for the importer. And so my feeling is that if something was going to break, it would break at import time. Because once it imports, it's just geometry. Like, it's just geo, really. Even though they show it like this, like it's a sprite like this. You know, it's just a piece of geo. So it feels less likely to break. And I've seen people saying that they've been using it for release stuff for a few years. So I don't know. We'll see how bad it is. So yeah, and the thing we were just working on was trying to get parity between. So, you know, this thing goes to phones, and every possible phone on Earth now has different sizes, because that's how it's just how technology works, and different aspect ratios, and different places where there's holes and notches and whatever, just because that's just what we do now. We just make it impossible to have a consistent design anywhere. So the thing I was just doing is trying to come up with what the right canvas scaling strategy is, which I think is, I'm just going to say, if your screen's bigger, this is bigger. For these parts, we'll do different stuff for like broader application UI, but for like the experience part of things, I think we just say like, it's always this. We can always design towards this, and we don't care about scaling up and down because it's all vector. And that was one of the things that stopped me from releasing this in 2017, is like getting to the point where I was pretty close to done, and then realizing like, oh, if I want this to go to a bunch of devices, there's no good multiple that I can use for my assets that will apply to all screens. Like years ago when I released, like 2015, 2016, when I released Voladic and Ostinato, it was easier then because it just, phones of that era, maybe I didn't do it perfectly, but there was like a mathematical ratio that was good enough to work everywhere. You could be like, okay, as long as these are all whatever, 128 pixels wide, then they'll get 2x or 3x or whatever. And I just don't think that holds up anymore. So I'm going to try the vector thing and see how bad it is, I guess. For the like interactive part of the UI, separate from sort of like, you know, the higher level menus and title bars and things like that. And I'm counting this UI as part of that because this UI is really part of the individual track. But that is not super consistent from one to the next. So that's another thing it needs, is a consistency pass. Maybe no one will ever use this ever. That's fine. I just need to finish it so I can stop thinking about it. Because now for the last 4 years, I've been like, oh, I should, 5 years almost, I should be like, I should finish that thing that I started. And then I think like, why would I do that? No one will care. But now I have to, now it's personal. I just have to do it just so I never have to think about it ever again. Okay, so I think that puts us not in bad shape on this guy. I thought that we had some kind of clicky toggle guy. What is our AA? Oh, my scaling is a weird number, so let's try 50%. We gotta do audio work too. I'm not even gonna think about that yet. Not even gonna think about it. The really lazy thing to do is just put a compressor on all of it, so even if you got a million tracks, it never gets too loud. But really, we need probably some dynamic voice thing that tries to figure out how many voices. Ugh. Okay, this is another thing though. Actually, I just realized this camera prepreg I think I use everywhere, which could be bad because we just gave it a crazy orthographic size. But I'm just gonna hit apply, and it'll be great. Okay, let's do a quick code once over. So we should now be able to throw away all of this except for the particle. Is the one piece of this that is still raster, but I think for a particle, did I lose my UI? Okay, just the old ones, good. I think for particles I don't care. Like particles are so We'll see how it looks. I don't even know if you can use the vector stuff with particles. You can probably do it if you import a vector and then do like the, you know, you can vectorize to a texture. Okay, so these friends, let's just turn them off for now. X seems more like quit than clear, so we will definitely have some like UXy stuff to do. So at 2K square, we should be basically pixel perfect, except, you know, let's make it 25%, and then we can't make it 25%. Make it 50%. We're like 1/2 of pixel perfect. Machinity would let you scroll the game view when in play mode. You can do it in pause mode. I think our scaling works out to be a little better this way too. It's kind of funny that the stop button just stops the emission but doesn't stop the ones that are growing. Maybe they should shrink. And then that clears everything. Okay. So like, this guy's sort of functional. I just don't know that I can... I guess because it's all namespace to drop, I am okay with them having slightly weird names, because there is no like master drop controller on these. They really are separate pieces, so... Okay, so what do we care about? Yeah, we could stop everybody. That's what I thought. I thought we previously had a way to click these. Okay, let's just go through these. So droplets just look for metronome beats, and then they try to figure out when they want to hit. And so their velocity is determined by... So underlying this is a metronome, so everything always hits on a metronome beat, and it just like cheats a little bit to figure out what the timing is. And so we changed some particle emission stuff. Drop, and yeah, that's where we say we want to land. Someone called me out for all these extra spaces that I leave. Sometimes I do that just to think about something. I'll just add, like I just want to think about these lines. Let me just add a million spaces and just look at this for a minute. But people don't like that if you are sharing code with them, turns out. Reasonably, which is reasonable. So yeah, I mean, this is all 5-year-old code. I hope I'm better than I was then. But the general approach seems pretty sound. You got a thing, you've got an underlying metronome. You're going to say in some number of beats. In fact, it's the dropper, I think, that decides that. So the little dropper is who is going to decide that you're going to grow up and get dropped. Hate brackets on the next line. You know what's funny? I didn't really realize this. That's the standard for that varies with languages. I mean, certainly different like style guides within languages are like that. But let me see. Is this actually true? Let's see. Yeah, so in JavaScript, if I put it on a new line and hit save, it pops back up. So like, depending on the language, if you are in Visual Studio Code and you just go with the defaults, the default formatting for JavaScript is this, but the default for C# is not. And I don't even know what C and C++ are. I would assume they're the C# standard, but anyway. Yeah, it's funny, if you go, my old code in this project is the same line. The thing that made me switch was probably Visual Studio auto format, which now I kind of like because I feel like I like a little bit of breathing room. Like, this looks better to me now than this. just because I like the breathing room when a new scope starts. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, right, of the bracket symmetry. I guess it's just whether you think like this is what starts the scope. Like who decides where the scope starts, right? I don't have a super strong argument either way. But if you go look at, like, as of 5 years ago, if we just open some other random file in this project, I think you will find, yeah, I mostly did same line. It's funny, yeah. Looking at old code, I can definitely see my preferences change. I used to have pretty strong opinions about like spacing and indents and stuff like that. I just don't care anymore. Like, broadly speaking, the Visual Studio Code defaults are okay with me. I'm gonna have a bunch of diffs on this project that are just the autosave diff changing the formatting. I will tell you something I finally came around on was if you have a variable name that's something with a initialism or acronym in it, like user ID, I used to always insist that it was like this. And I think I came to that from SQL world, like in SQL world, I think, maybe? Although that was probably more like user ID. I don't know. For some reason, I decided that I insisted on this all the time. Or like, whatever, texture URL. And only recently have I finally come around to this, which still, some part of me still thinks it looks really dumb, but it appears to be much more standard. And I think the reason is probably for like when you have something like this, you know, like that. So it's clearer when a new sort of token starts. I think that's why people do that. So it's less about it being a word or an acronym. It's more about being like, this is where you want to divide. And so especially if you're like a Unity component or something and Unity wants to try to figure out where to split stuff and it's going to split based on intercaps, then the cap should be the start of a new token, even though it feels like grammatically incorrect. Yeah, I mean, I would like probably, I feel like I finally caved on this, like, I don't know, October of last year, November of last year. I was like, okay, I'm fine. I'll just do it. It doesn't matter. I think a lot of that too is because either some library framework I was using, all the functions I were calling was like that, and it was really driving me crazy to have the inconsistency between my code base and the code base of whatever, I don't remember what it was. Did it that way, and I finally I surrendered. Okay, so Dropper just really responds to clicks. It tries to figure out a world point, instantiates a thing. I don't know why some of these things I have as separate functions. Like, there's probably not really a case that I would want to have create droplet and start grow be different things. I don't know. That's a major thing that have changed since then, is how often I decide to break things into functions. That is just way more prone to big inliney things. So it does look like well, no, like create droplet. So who calls start grow in that case? Oh, there is a reason. I see. So start grow if auto grow. Wait, no, that's not right. Who calls start grow then? Oh, I see. That just sets this. That's just toggling that. Stop grow. don't know why the constraints would be in here. That seems weird. Yeah, like the like responsibility of what's going on here. We have like a responsibility asymmetry in these two methods. Like one of them is just toggleable, so that could easily be a property. But this one actually looks like it's responsible for handling things after the stop happens. So like the fact, yeah, it is a little weird here. But it does seem like I had a reason for doing that, but I probably structured it a little differently now. Okay. Just seems like a little more information than I really need. So that's my range. Okay. Well, this doesn't look great, but it doesn't look like offensive. There's nothing horrible happening. It doesn't look like I'm doing something terrible in an update loop. I'm animating here instead of tweening, but only if it's dropping. That's fine. I tend to like this. I used to be way more about coroutines and stuff for this kind of thing, but like, I want to update something, update it in an update loop. That's my new jam. This thing's gonna grow. I think I understand the difference between auto grow and auto grow means it's going to decide. And then if the what? Why are these different things? What does autogrow mean? How are those different things? Why would I ever be growing but not auto-growing? I see auto-grow get set to true. What, never set to false? What does autogrow mean? I don't, like, at a glance, I don't understand the difference between these two things. Because it seems like autogrow gets set to true. Oh, I guess So autogrow is for subsequent growths. But that's different than the first time it grows. So why would the first time something grew be different than... Why would subsequent... What? Oh, I know why. Oh, okay, sure. Because the first time... that makes sense. Those names are not good, but the concept is sound. The first time the growth is based on I'm pressing and holding, so it grows. And it's going to grow until it hits a limit. That's not auto-growing. That's just growing. But if I let go and it drops, Then when it grows again, that will be auto grow. So, okay, I see. So it's like, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. So this actually seems not terrible. It seems like it mostly makes sense. We have now vectorized all of this stuff. So like, one thing that seemed like it wasn't working though, so droplets you never touch. They just drop. They've got no collider, so they're just their thing. However, the dropper, I thought I saw that the dropper had a, well, it doesn't. Never mind. I thought there was a way to stop the auto drop by touching it, so you could like delete individual ones. Maybe we'll add that. I don't know. I don't want to add new features right now. I just want to get the current features running and with vector graphics, and then we can like come up with a to-do list if we want to. Kind of would like this one to have different voices. At a minimum, like a melodic and percussive. So you could do drums, and there'd be like drum sets based on size, something like that. And maybe they're just inverted colors. I don't know. Didn't I just say? I just said we were not adding features. Okay, so those are all our sprites. We decided we didn't need this. Spritz. Did we actually fix anything, or we just all just formatting? There was a little bit of cleanup because we got rid of that screen bottom left thing. That felt like a good thing to throw away. Simplified some stuff. And then, oh yeah, it was just. Okay. So in some ways, that is the simplest one. I mean, it's a little more annoying because it also had the, you know, the other thing that is called, where it was hybrid. It was both canvas and sprites, which I don't think is true for any of the others that are actually on the short list to go in the project. I think some of the experimental ones that are zipped down here, I just don't know. We'll have to go look at those and see. I don't know what they're supposed to do anymore. So number one, shared prefabs camera. Yeah, we really might. Very possible that we've screwed some stuff up. A shared event system for some reason. Who knows why? Shared fonts. Okay. So this main scene. Are you the guy? Yes. We have a third color in this palette. I forgot. Okay. So roll. Roll is the second dude. Which roll is cool, but I think it's definitely broken. Oh boy, yeah. Looks great. Looks great. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break and then we'll look at how bad this is. Realize something. I was gonna say realize something terrible, but it's not really terrible. But 128. Okay, that seems less broken, but still quite broken. When we did all of the stuff, and by all of the stuff I mean when we launched the new site last week, I forgot to add Google Analytics. How much of a pain would it be to add that? kind of want to add it real fast because I don't care that much about analytics, but it's what makes mission control work. And without, so no analytics means no mission control, and that's not cool. I don't think it will take too much work. Like, but I guess we just, this source code is going to be terrible because it's going to be generated by WordPress. We're never going to find it. We're going to find it. Okay. Tracker added by Ultimate Google Analytics plugin. I don't think we need to worry about that. I think we can just cram it in ourselves. And I think we just want it on every page, right? So I think all we really need to do what was that? Oh. I think we have one. Is it a layout? No, what is it? Pages. No, what is the actual? Okay. It's not a layout, it's not a page, it's not a component. What is it? Where's like the actual HTML tag? Oh, do we not? Right. Okay. We probably have to do it in a slightly weird way. So Google Analytics Nux. So I have to. That seems a little annoying. Do I need an actual module? Event branching, user timing, screen view. Okay. I'm enjoying light and dark mode. I'm enjoying them both. Is this good? Or is this going to be a can of worms? 5 days to go seems good. I'd love to read more. Shut up. Okay, let's do this. We need to add it to build modules. Man, a little sad actually, just because, you know, mission controllers worked for 10 years. It only uses 1 month of data, so it will not be that big of a deal. But, okay. So we just need to do this. Right? Router instance is added. Runtime config. So maybe that's all we need, maybe? I don't know my ID. I could go look it up at Google, or I could just see if I can find it crammed in here somewhere. No? That's probably me, right? No, run, generate. Is it gonna be fast because I just changed one thing, or is it gonna take a long time because just for kicks. Not Nux, just Google Analytics. Google Analytics. Use it for free. Yes, I am me. It's me. Okay. Yarn run start. Email communications. Whoa, no thanks. Uncheck all. Thanks, Google, but no thanks. Analytics mobile app. Okay, so Scott made this. Last 7 days is, yeah. So, because we launched, whenever we launched, the Friday, whatever, we have no views, which you'd expect. I don't know how quickly analytics data shows up on the dashboard. I would assume not very quickly. I wonder where this gets crammed in here. Who knows? But as long as there's no... Wait, did I block my own Google Analytics? Oh, is that... I wonder if... Was I already doing that? Was that a thing that was already happening? Yes. Oh, I wonder if that's why my... That's funny. So I had kind of wondered why my Google Analytics, like my traffic seems like it had really fallen off. And I was thinking like, man, people just don't care about my work anymore. People don't care about my website anymore. What a sad story. But is Google Analytics just blocked by default in a lot of browsers now? I would be interested to see, like, I don't know. What does 10 years of, I don't know if I have 10 full years, but what does 10 years of traffic look like? Man, I really peaked in whatever that was. I don't really know what year that is. Wait, that didn't work. Can I not go back that far? I don't want, no. $2017? How far will it let me go? 2016? Won't let me go earlier than 2015? Okay, 2016, I guess 5 years. I don't want to view daily though. Can I not change this to like monthly or something? I don't really know how to use Google Analytics. Oh, that's kind of lame though. If that just means that you know, that mission control is always going to look sad for forevermore. I don't know, my traffic actually for the last 5 years looks pretty sad anyway, so maybe that's not actually the problem. Anyway, real time? Well, yeah, because if I can't... That's kind of funny. I just want to track you. I just want to track your every movement. Is that a crime? I don't know, Firefox. I would imagine Firefox blocks stuff. That's funny. So that's Edge doing that. I don't think I did anything. So I wonder if you install Chrome, does Chrome block Google Analytics? Edge is based on Chromium. I don't think I have Chrome installed. Yeah. I don't like Chrome. So is Chrome gonna say? Yeah. Well, weird. Chrome doesn't block Google. What are the chances? Must be some mistake. I'm actually surprised that Edge does, though. Great. One active user. That's me. Beautiful. So let's just push that, and then we'll just ignore the fact. You know, we'll ignore the fact that maybe we need a new strategy for... There's probably, maybe there's some tracking prevention setting that I just checked on and it's tracking that by default. So maybe it's just part of like some privacy or security or something. I must have done this. Seems like something I would do. Say strict tracking prevention. So, which maybe you can do in Chrome. Okay, well, whatever. This will work. Seems like this will work. We did that. We did that. Okay. What is it called? Tomato, right? There's in this case it's a little tricky actually. But to say, you know, it's easy enough to figure out what I want to know from that. I just want to know. I want a rough estimate of where people are for mission control. I could get that in other ways, certainly. I could just have like a tracking pixel, and when people download the pixel, I can see what IP they're coming from, and I could just do it, you know, and then the browser would never know. I just want to know where you live. I just want to know everybody's personal address. Is that a crime? Maybe it's a crime. I think when it doesn't know where to place people, they end up here, like offshore. Or I think it's funny because it looks like there's a ton of people in some secret offshore bunker off the African coast that are checking out my site. Why are you not pushing, friend? Seems suspicious. I'm just regular old me. That's all. I just want to. I just want to make a cool looking map. I was even thinking that I should make the splash screen, this guy. Should be some kind of map of people that look at my site, or some map of people that look at watch my stream, which I could probably do, but I feel like the ways that I would have to do it would make Twitch mad. Like, I'd kind of have to hide tracking in an extension, which they actually might not let me do that because they seem to be very strict about letting any outside calls unless it's to the backend server, but I wrote the backend server. So I could send something to the backend server and track anybody who... In fact, I know that. Now that I think about it, I already know that. I could do, do I want to do something? I don't know. But I could, I don't know why this isn't pushing. This seems very suspicious. That was a tiny, tiny change. So yeah, I could just make it so the extension, you know, anytime you click on heat, it hits my backend server. But I could just make it like hit the backend server when it started up just to say hello, like, hey, backend server, it's me. And that wouldn't look very suspicious. And then I would sanitize everything and I wouldn't track you hard. I would just, it would be like an IP-based lookup. Why is this so slow? Well, we'll just let it do its thing for a while. Okay, we were looking at how badly this was broken. And I think it actually works, it's just things are spaced out poorly. Like, I think if we do... That doesn't look right. Oh wait, that's the scene view. Okay, it does look right. I think this one's good. This is a good one. I don't know what this button does. I think that's a back button, but then I don't actually... You can't actually go back. So this is probably clear. This, apparently, in my language, a diamond means randomize. I think it'd be nice to add some more voices to these, so if nothing else, add a button that, like, cycles through voices. Although some of them support multiple voices. Could be a tempo thing. Okay, so this kind of seems okay. Like, actually, our changes, our canvas changes and stuff seem okay here. It's just that internal canvas, the sizing is wrong. And I don't know why, because I don't remember anything. Combs. Okay, roll is the name, so drum is that's the drum roll. Combs. Why would I have called that a comb? Okay, so the combs go on one side, the menus go on the other. So that's all fine. It actually looks like I duplicated them like a ridiculous person. Instead of like... I don't know why I did that. Okay, anyway, so this is the drum. So it could just be that this is the problem. And then if we fix this, it would... No. Good guess, though. Oh, I see. That... Oh, why was that turned off? Why would I have turned that off? Seems very suspicious. Huh. Okay, so that manages all the combs. There's a grid layout. Why would that be true? So these individual toggles are quite small. The whole drum is there. There's no padding. So I don't understand why the grid... I guess there's a few things I don't understand. So... So, like, this was my strategy to make a grid, which, like, kind of seems not wrong, except for the part where it's wrong, where it's totally wrong. So, I just don't understand. Like, it looks like I could fake it pretty easily. Just with the 100 pixel. That doesn't affect the spacing in the middle though, weirdly. Like I want bigger spacing. Like, what's going on here? Because the combs are what I want to conform to, right? Like the combs are so this is the top comb. So its spacing makes sense to me, where this outside is like 50% of the middle center, and so it's in the middle vertically, but the whole thing is centered. So why is that not true for you? Oh, is it the cell sizes? Why would the cell sizes... For some reason, changing the Y cell size and the X cell size both makes like a vertical change. But I think there's something to this. So it's going to be like 256, 256. But minus like half, like minus 32. Is there just something fundamentally wrong with the way that I'm thinking here? Actually, there is. Because I need this to fit in here. Like, I need it where all 8 always fit, even when the combs are visible. So, I think this is actually correct, even though it seems weird, because if we turned off the combs and the menus, it would be centered. So it's actually the combs that are wrong. Maybe? Oh yeah, sure, whatever. Okay, so it would be more like, I don't know what the numbers are. I guess 56. That doesn't look right. 60. And 60. That seems right-ish. Definitely feels like there's still a problem here. We should go back and look at the old videos and see if there's a clue as to how Oh, that was weird. Why did that get scaled down at runtime? Nothing changed on the rect transform. So is it something about how I'm animating it? I would hope that I would be animating the entire drum roll. So there's all the menus. I want some kind of X and Y offset. Scale doesn't change. Why? Okay, let's quickly look at the video. If we can find it. Nope. Okay, so the way it's supposed to work, those are very big. And it is timed in such a way that when they pass behind, okay, so at any given time, like if it's at that moment, then really we only see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we don't. It actually is designed so that those lay underneath. Okay, so that's different. That's a different story. Okay, so we got a couple things to figure out, I guess. One, so again, just back to ignoring these boundaries. That means we do want this to like actually fill the space. So I think that I was wrong about that being wrong. But it seems like it doesn't. It seems like it doesn't fill the space. Like the space between this and this seems different than 1/2 of that. And I don't really understand why that would be. Well, I guess the thing we know is that this is supposed to be 16 across. These are supposed to be 128. So how big are they actually? And did we update the canvas to be right? Yeah. Well, actually, they should be 256 and they should have big padding. Is that what it is? I think that's what it is. So, I call those pins apparently. I don't know what it. Okay, I have like, I don't know what these mean. I don't know what it means. Okay, but just for kicks, if we said this was only 64 pixels per unit, would that effectively double those? No, because they were already 256. So actually they should be 256 full pin base. If they're 256, yeah, 'cause we want them to be half, 1/2. And now we set native size. So if all of these were their native sizes, it still seems wrong. Well, because then the grid size should be 256. Because are these like overlapping now? Am I thinking this wrong? We want each of these to be like the grid sizes, cell size. Should this not be 256? That's what we want. I think that's what we want. So the thing that's annoying about that kind of is that means that the comb and menu have to be pretty big on this one, but maybe that's fine. That appears to be how it was designed, right? Like it appears to be the design is that this is essentially a full row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then would be 8 here, although that spacing doesn't look right. Doesn't that spacing not seem right? Unless this is just actually that looks correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if you're counting that, there's a hidden 8th one that really seems like you should see the top of. But maybe I'm like copying those down and it would just pop on next frame or something. Yeah. So it was like 1 pixel behind that, but not centered in the middle of this, which is unusual. So it sort of seems like, I guess because this is thinner than this, which I think that sort of makes sense. But ideally this would be 256. So then we want to say, so let's call that good for the moment, even though of course we want to switch out all the images. But then, I guess, well, I assume that the toggle just goes with that, 256. I don't know if that's like, we turn something on when we toggle it. I don't know. We may not actually use that. There's a background image, we have the base. So the toggle turns on. But we use background in both places, so I bet that pen toggle is not actually used. So then the combs need to actually be 256 tall and 256 wide. And this needs to be negative 256. And probably all the animation's gonna be wrong, but not by much. And I don't know if I animated it with animation clips or who knows. Looks like I did. Yeah. And I have different clips for each of them. Definitely would do this in a different way now. There's really no reason to have 4 of these. It's kind of silly. Like, it's actually super silly. They could be all the same thing. They all do the same thing, in fact. They could be all the same thing, and just have rotation on a parent container, you know? So probably looks like I really kind of cheated. So there's no easing on these also, it would seem. But whatever, let's get it functional and then we'll try to make it a little better. So negative, negative, positive, positive, seems good. The height of the menu bar is not as important. It seems like we didn't have it full size before, but I kind of think just symmetry wise, we sort of want it to be. Also the comb, this is dumb. Select prefab, are these really 4 different prefabs? Okay, no, at least they're 1 prefab. Oh, I know why I called it that, because I was thinking of it kind of as, okay, it sort of makes sense. Okay, but these are prefabs inside of a prefab, and nested prefabs weren't a thing when I made this, so... Ugh, what does that mean for us? Yeah, so they're not really... They have a different animator on them? Who tells you how to animate? I just wanted to fix the... Okay. So there's not a prefab for these. Right. I'm just... Oh boy. Do we stick with this nonsense, or do we try to fix it to be less nonsensical? I mean, it's not the end of the world. It's really just, you know, we got a rule. I guess it doesn't matter that much. I would not build this way at this time. But if we call this 8, is this going to add to thickness, or is this going to live inside? Seems like it lives inside, which is what we want. Okay. So if these all just became 8, that'd probably be fine. It is really silly to have these. I assume there's some reason I did it. It could be that reason was, you know, I was just churning these things out to make videos. So like that could be the whole answer, is just, hey, I was doing stuff fast and it was fast to just duplicate it. But it feels a little silly now, to say the least. Why do only the combs have animations? And not the menus? Also, where are the animators? Maybe I'm not using those, actually. Maybe I did tween them in the end. Did it seem tweeny? Looks like I tween them in the end. Okay, so I think you're all a lie. I don't think we use any of those animations. Okay. I don't know why the alignment goes insane. It's something about the anchor point, probably. Sometimes it is annoying to try to deal with that stuff. We are middle center. Not totally sure about that. But anyway, while we're at it, on these fellas, all tooth should be 256, right? Or should be 128? And then all of our menus, we need to do the same thing we did with the combs. Which maybe looks fine. I don't know. No. Okay, so art-wise, I feel like we're not too far off, but I mean, we got to do all the SVGs. But as far as like making a thing, it's just we lose our toggles, our poor little babies. So the toggles also need to. Well, you say you're 256. Toggle, and you have an image. Why are the toggles little babies? Actually, what's happening here though? Then where's the blue coming from if it's coming from a toggle? Why are you blue? Check mark. Who's blue? Okay. Check mark. You are all 128. 128. Why did you decide to be squishy? Okay. Do it again, because we were not amount of 128. Okay. Now are we toggling? Funny because those played right when they hit the end, but I guess that's technically true because they would have hit at the moment that they hit the bottom. So feels like we're okay. It's just position wise somehow we're way off. So in terms of you, we're scaling the screen size 128, so that all seems okay. This seems okay. It pivots in the center. That all seems okay. You seem okay, and you seem weirdly like not centered. Why would that not be in the dead center? There's some unit discrepancy? I guess so, because we're... Oh wait, we're 2048? Shouldn't we be exact? Whoa, a raid! Tech Jimbo, how's it going? You're just in time for me to boringly stare at this. I should do something exciting. I don't know what's exciting. You can play with heat. You can click the stream. You could feed the baby. Let's see. I forgot how it works. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I should put a better heat overlay, but I forgot what all of them are called. Is it called baby? Baby. Yes. Okay. You can feed the baby while I do a bad job here. How'd your stream go? What were you streaming about? Why is this so wrong? Everything is so wrong. This is wrong again. I think I fixed it, and by fixing it, I broke it. Would be my guess. I think I didn't actually want any padding. Yes, that would be true. So I broke it by fixing it. Great. Oh yeah? What's your game like? Should I play it? Can I get the high score? Can I speedrun your game? Can I be an esports pro? Okay, so now are we happy? I mean, we're not, because it's going to be the wrong place for sure. That's fine. It also gets compressed. So it seems like the grid layout is freaking out. And I don't know why. For some reason, it was turned off when I opened this project. So I'm like... this is a project I worked on years ago and never finished, so I'm trying to revisit it and trying to figure out what I was thinking. And broadly speaking, I don't know what I was thinking. So far it isn't too bad. Okay, well, how about these weird hard-coded values? Like 128. So these should just be straight up 256 now, which we could get this from we could get that from a better place. I should go back in time and just give myself a talking to for all of these magic numbers that are hard-coded in here. The duplication of some of this stuff is sad. It's a sad story. So we loop through, okay. Okay. That seems okay. Seems okay. I mean, magic numbers are okay as long as you do, as long as you pretend to, if you're just like, okay, it's a magic number, whatever. Const magic number, just so you don't pretend that it's not a magic number, just so you're very clear with the world. I mean, not calling it that, if I was like cell size or whatever, just so it's very clear, like there's some weird constant somewhere, but down tangled in the code does not feel good. Also, this is a gettable thing. Like, we could get this from the grid component, but whatever. I don't think we're going to change it. And now I have this song, the Schoolhouse Rock song, 3 is a magic number, stuck in my head. So we're good now. It's just we need to, like, our coordinate system's off, right? So we need to maybe we don't need to. So either like this is where we decide, but the issue is yeah, that's kind of funny actually. That doesn't make a ton of sense because we're not moving the whole we're not moving the whole drum, we're moving the individual cells. And so they're relative to 0, but 0 is not there. So if 0 was in the corner of the drum, which would be 0, 0 for the pivot, is that all we need? Yes, okay. How about that? Okay. Well, we can't listen to the song, we'll get into trouble. 3 is a magic number. There's a Schoolhouse Rock song, 3 is a magic number, which is adorable. But the version I like is there was an album, there was like, when I was a teenager, was it when I was a teenager? It must have been, Shannon Hoon was still alive. There was like a tribute to Schoolhouse Rock, and Schoolhouse Rock rocks. And it was, I don't remember loving it. So the Blind Melon version of 3 is a magic number was good. None of the others jump out of my head. It's funny, actually. I should go listen to all these. I don't remember, like Ween, the Lemonheads, Biz Marquee. I don't actually, so Man or Astroman doing Interplanet Janet. Okay, in my mind, I have 100% I just forgot that, oh my God, Skilo was on it. I just forgot that I forgot all the other bands because I really like the Blind Melon song, but I kind of, maybe we got to listen to this. My Hero Zero. So here's the thing. Here's some fun trivia though. The best trivia for this is that nobody mentions this. So Elliott Smith was supposed to be on this, I think. And he recorded Figure 8, which is beautiful. And then I don't know if it was ever like released in a normal way, but that's why this album is called Figure 8. It's called Figure 8 from the Schoolhouse Rock. I can't believe that song did not make the final track listing. Maybe because it was too beautiful, it was too good. Or maybe it wasn't rock and roll enough. Because I think his version of Figure 8 is great. It's not a great song to begin with. I don't love it. I don't think it's kind of weird for a Schoolhouse Rock song. But it always bummed me. Maybe that's why I like blocked the rest of the album out of my memory. It's because it made me mad that Elliott Smith's track didn't get on there. Also, why isn't that in the Wikipedia page? Should we edit Wikipedia? to show our outrage. Okay, is this gonna work? It'd be so good if it did. Okay, that seems good. I forgot we did different instruments per direction. Okay, so the randomize button. So we need to cut the back button, I think, because I don't think we're gonna go back. I think the idea is when we show these, this will always be in a square, and you'll always be able to navigate to another song. I think. I don't think you ever have to like. No, I don't think so. I think we have a back button. It'll be outside of the window, because I think any UI that's inside of the tracks should be related to the tracks and not to get somewhere else. So, oh, hello, baby. Hi. Good. That's a good baby. So. Okay, so this seems pretty good. So the thing we now want to do is vectorize all these, right? I don't want to look at the code yet, because I feel like I'm a little afraid of it. Might be bad. So there's not too many sprites, actually. So the toggle is what gets toggled on. I have no idea why we would have made that two different images. In fact, did we really? Here. So the check mark is roll pin toggle. Like, why? I don't see any reason that these couldn't just be roll pin base and then toggle could go away. Okay, and then roll button. Seems like for this UI we decided we didn't need a button background, and if we did, we'd maybe do like a shared one. So really we have tooth, which again is the same thing as the pin base, right? So I don't know, we don't really need that. And then this is not going to look great, actually. I mean, whatever. I don't think two buttons looks very good. And X seems like exit, so we definitely need something that means clear. So we'll try to build up some iconographic language where we have something that always means clear, something that always means randomized, something that always means whatever. So we have pin base. So we really only have 3 icons here, and they all why is that true? Probably these should actually be bigger as well. Okay, I need a short bathroom break, and then I'll be back and we'll figure it out. I think we're getting close on this one. Just got an email. Excuse me. Unsplash was acquired by Getty Images. Will that be good or bad for a wallpaper hunt? Hard to say. Who can say? Okay, so at this moment, we really only need three things. And the size... excuse me, is the tricky part, right? So over here, for drop, we made everything 256? No. Those are 128. So why is that true? Are these really twice the size? So the icons probably really need to be 128. I don't know, man. That seems a little weird. Okay, but let's just do it. We will now make a new Illustrator file. No. No. This isn't... excuse me. I hate this. First, I'm going to choke to death, and then I'm going to tell you why I'm annoyed. Like, why? Why? How come on film and video I can set a transparency grid? And thank you, Ben. Why? Why can I set this on film and video, but not on not film and video? I hate you, Illustrator. Why? How come all of these other ones don't give me that option, but film and video does? But if I go into film and video, it's going to be annoying. Also, why can't I pick custom? Why is everything terrible? Why? Like, if I start messing with things, it becomes custom, that's fine. But it still maintains, it's still video. It's still a video template, even though it says custom here. Like, if I went to print and messed with things, it would suddenly be custom, but it doesn't show me all the options. And the option I care about most is being able to set the background grid without having to go do it manually. Does that have to be RGB? Is that the trick? I don't know. Okay, just for the sake of argument, let's say that we started with something that was web-based. And we said it was going to be 1024 or 1024. And all this stuff is fine, who cares, whatever. And we called this template. And said, okay. And then we did, there's something that's like save as template, right? New from template. But is it just a save as? Save as templates. Okay, let's try this. Okay, new from template will come from this folder called cool extras. And then so let's try to make this template not suck first. So we want transparency grid. We want the dark transparency grid because this transparency grid is worthless. We want medium, and then medium, dark. I think dark is better for what we're doing in general. Do this. Okay. Now let's save this. Save it as a template in that template folder. Blank templates. Templates. Adobe Illustrator template. Blank templates. There's a bunch of dumb templates. So we will make that a template. But it doesn't show up here, right? Okay, I can do that. Ugh. Maybe that'll suffice. Anyway, so now we want to save this as wherever the files go. This goes in roll. I don't know what all this stuff is. Who knows? Roll.ai. Got weird conflicts. Don't know why. Okay, so drop. Pardon me. Sure, it's unpleasant to be coughed on over a microphone. Nobody wants that. Okay, so roll. Not you. Design. Roll. I think these conflicts are all a lie. Pretty sure. Okay, so what do we actually care about? We care about the icons and we care about the pen. The pen background and the icons, right? I didn't mean to cancel that. I just... We'll delete those as well. You're gonna ask me if I meant to do it, Dropbox? Because I did. I meant to do it. We will be getting rid of Dropbox soon. Oh, one day I'll go on a rant on all my woes of trying to find a good file synchronization setup that isn't terrible, or ungainly in setting up, or overly costly. Okay, so this is, we don't want that. The pen background is the thing we want. I forgot what we called it. Like roll pin. That's probably all it really should be. So we'll want a canvas. So here's a real question. Can I just copy this whole canvas and bring it over here? I can. That's actually slightly handy. Okay. And then icons. We got all these jerks. But it only brought what was actually inside, which I guess I can't blame it. Okay. So here's the thing though. We want the icons to be 128, but the so this will just be like roll pen. This will be roll icon random. And then we need one more. And it will be roll icon clear. And actually this is not right because this guy needs to be bigger. And it's probably going to screw everything up. We'll go over here and then this guy, no. Wait. These are 256. What? How did I lose the... Okay. That's you. This is clear. Or clear. 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 Okay. For drop, these were our icons. And this is how our icons fit into the dude. And it would appear we have similar dude sizing. It's actually a little hard to tell, but I'm just going to assume that those are consistent, except these icons are definitely 128. These icons are 256 for some reason. If I do this, is it also going to scale the artwork? No, That would be too useful. I'm a little worried about this. We'll see what happens. So then these need to be, I guess, just 64. That's not right. That's also not right. Just not right. Like, is that right? Is that right? So that gives us a roll pin, a roll icon random, and a roll icon clear, which seems to match that naming convention, seems to match the sizes. The pins are a little weird because they have the, like the apron seems a little arbitrary, but we'll just assume that I was doing things for a reason, which is maybe not the best assumption, but I usually do things for a reason. It may not mean that it's the right reason, but okay, so that's not where we want to be. We want to be over SVG. We want to be here. And the main thing is to make sure that we don't have responsive. Okay. So this should be more straightforward than our other dude. It's gonna be a little more annoying actually, because we do have to switch out this stuff in a lot of places, but hopefully we can multi-edit. Okay, that is just wrong. These were supposed to go in here, but that's okay. So these guys will all be 128 pixels per unit. We do want to preserve the viewport, and these are all UI SVG images. And it looks like they came in okay. And so now, I don't know quite how I want to do this. Let's do the icons first. Because every other thing is just the tooth, the pin. Okay, so oh yeah, like clear, random. So for all the clear icons, clear, 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 clear. Why would they be different colors? Are they very slightly different colors of shades of black? No, now they seem okay. So that's just not quite black. So we'll keep it that way. Let's again just assume that I've had a reason for doing that. And now let's add an SVG image. And now let's make it the clear icon. And now let's make it that color. Okay. And then let's do the same thing for the random. SVG image. Random icon. That color. Okay. So the next one is the one that's going to be kind of annoying. So I'm going to delete this so it's easier to see what's wrong, I think. Because we want to do background. We need to do all of these, and they need to be alpha 8. Okay. So all of these, remove you all, and add an SVG image. Should have set the material, but we can do all that at once, so it'll be easy. And then now we'll set the pin. And then we said alpha is 8. Okay. Now toggles. No, check mark. Check marks are all this color blue. So remove component as image this button. That's the roll pen sprite. How come I can see those? Why are those visible right now? For UI? How come I can see those? When it toggles those, does it like... Oh, that's not good. Oh, I think I know what the problem is. And I hope... oh, shoot. Oh, this might be terrible. Okay. Let me think for a second. We might be okay. Sort of. So there's the background image, but then checkmark image, we lose. So we would actually have to do this. And then I don't want to do that for everybody, but what I think I can do, I think these are all truly duplicates. And they're just laid out by that grid. So if that's true, which I hope it is, we can just delete them all. Six, 7, 8, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Maybe? That looks wrong. Should have made one of, yeah. I did all this before nested. This project was before nested prefabs existed, so there are definitely some places here that I would say the solution to this is nested prefabs. Do I have background in another place? Is there another place that background is used? Like something. Try this again. Because toggle. Oh, we didn't apply that. Okay, wait. Good grief. Yeah. Yeah, this is a place that nested prefabs would have been helpful, but I don't want to get into rebuilding that at the moment, so okay. That's not applied, so now we can go in here. So now we can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That seems kind of like a thing, right? Okay, and then kind of want to go through and refactor this entire thing and pull out iTween, but it looked very deeply embedded, so maybe this project just stays iTweeny. So then we have the combs, and the combs have teeth. So all tooths should have, all tooths, So this is a little tricky because I don't exactly know how I'm doing the, maybe I'm just doing a color toggle. I don't know. So this is all zeros with alpha 64 because we just saved that in there. So if we remove you, but it's not like a, okay, there's a color highlight. So it's here. So SVG image, and then alpha 64. And then your source SVG image is also that. Why are those red? I guess it's just the way they're getting stacked on top of that other dude. Okay. So now we do want to do a T colon SVG image. And I think we just want to make sure that all of these are using that UI material, UI vector, this guy. And I think they should all be raycast targets, and yeah. I'm having some drag and drop problems. Get out of here. Okay. We lost. Okay, so tooths need a reference to the image so they know what to do with it. So that sucks. So each comb knows about each tooth. Okay, maybe that happens in code. Let's apply all these overrides. And then it must get, tooth must get a UI image. So we need an SVG image. I don't even search for that. So is it like, what namespace is that? SVG image. Unity.vectorgraphics.svg image. Okay. Wait, come back. What was that on? I was on a tooth. I remember why it's called a tooth in a comb now. Okay. Using. Wait. Is that right? Okay, so it's an SVG image, not an image. And I assume we can just tweak the color in the same way? I don't know, does this extend the maskable graphics? I don't know that it technically extends image, but we'll just assume that that's okay. Okay, so I think the menus really could be half the size. I guess if they were half the size, there'd be like weird spacing. It would be easier to test that without the weird positioning problem that we have, but... So, for example, we did that, then it's the bottom comb, and if instead this was negative 128, 128? No, not comb, bottom menu. I think a thing that these are all missing is like some kind of auto mutate, but they all work a little different in that regard, so I don't know. So that's what it would look like. Which I feel like is too small, so maybe it's 160. tuning because I feel like there's going to be passes in the UI as we go through others. Okay, so that seems functional-ish, right? I think it does the job. I like the way this sounds better than the previous one. I think in general these sounds are pretty good. Something I've been thinking about. So I have a pretty, especially at this point, I have a pretty platform agnostic workflow. Like most of my tools are cross-platform, and it's generally pretty easy for me to bounce between Mac OS and Windows, and aside from just perpetually forgetting the right shortcuts, it's usually fine. And most of my tools are in both places, and especially with Windows subsystem for Linux, like I can kind of do the same stuff in both places. That's still better on Mac OS for sure. Because, you know, it's a one operating system instead of two operating systems shoehorned together, but WSL is still improvement, I guess. It's still weird. It's like, oh, let's just cram another operating system into our operating system. Then will you like us? I feel like in some ways that helps Linux more than Microsoft, in some ways. Anyway, but the one thing that remains an issue is audio editing. And I think part of this is I'm biased because I paid a lot of money for Logic. Although, like, I probably paid less for Logic than I pay per year for Adobe. So it's not that big of a deal. And I bought it like 5 years ago and I used it a fair amount. So like, it's probably fine. But yeah, Logic being single platform is not the greatest. So I've tried other stuff. Like a million years ago, I used Cubase. A million years ago. I've also used various, I can't even name them all. I've used so many different like DAWs and audio tools and recording tools. Over the last 10 years, I really haven't written much music, so it's mainly just been like editing audio for projects. But I've been looking at getting a new tool, and I know, you know, certain people love FL Studio. Some people still swear by Pro Tools. I don't know. So I was looking around a little bit, and I actually found one that I've never used before. I think I tried Reaper. Reaper didn't quite seem right for me. I don't know. Reason was my favorite of all time, but it's weird. And it actually, I used it with other stuff, so it wasn't really a DAW. It was like just a way to sequence things that I then used separately with another program. But that all worked pretty well. I used to love Reason. But I kind of want to do that all in one place now, where I have like recording and editing and virtual instruments and, you know, live audio tracks and all that stuff, and just do all the stuff. And so I was looking at a tool called Studio One. It seems pretty good. So anyway, for the tracks that we hear here, we may need to dig out the old Logic stems for where I actually generated them. I think I know which plugins I use, and I think I can get all that stuff to work again in another DAW. It certainly wasn't a complicated setup. In fact, it might be easier now because it actually was a two-step process where I would like lay out the notes that I want and then have like a separate script that would go through and slice them using socks. So it could be that slightly more modern tools, even just modern in terms of like 4 years, it might be a little easier to do some of that stuff. I do like socks though. Okay, I'm gonna say that this guy is, let's look at the code. It already makes me nervous just because there's 4 classes already. It's like, why are there 4 classes for something that seems so simple? Seems like a little over object oriented, maybe. Like there's no inheritance, they're just different things. So tooth is the thing that's up in the comb that fires. So that thing's pretty simple. So that's just a thing that, like, again, it uses iTween, it plays the audio, it does the color update. Seems a little weird that iTween doesn't have. I guess it does. But it's a value to with a color parameter, but okay. So this is really all we're doing here is the flash of the tooth when it plays. So like that's fine. The individual pins. Okay, so this is a little tricky, and I don't know that I love this, but I think I understand why. It's when you do the swipe to drag around, that is actually on the individual pin. Why I didn't do that on some kind of background, I don't know. That seems a little weird that I would do it this way. Maybe I couldn't figure out how to pass the pointer data through or whatever since I was already grabbing. I don't know. Why would I do that? There's probably a way I could have done this where it wasn't on individual pins. That feels a little weird. That means like every individual pin is like listening for drag events, and that is what is determining the swipiness, but whatever. That appears to do the job. It's just dumb. Like, why does an individual pin, every single pin has to know what the drum is? Does not seem great. Panel. Okay, so those are the sliding panels. Which I guess this is just the menu panel. And it's really just a show and a hide again. So that seems harmless enough. Comb is actually doing the exact same thing. What is the difference between these two classes? What's the difference between these two classes? Why are there two identical classes? Are they literally identical? Maybe they weren't initially, but they sure look identical now. So why would we do that? Why would we have... Oh, that's funny. We even tell like, that's not too bad. That's not clever. The like management of the hiding directions seems not unreasonable. So these are all panels that know how to hide certain directions. And these are all combs. No, they're just panels also. So T comb. We don't even use that. So get out of here. Apparently I was wise enough at some point to figure out those are the same things. Okay, so far things seem not too offensive. And now it does actually seem like the bulk of the logic is going to be in the drum itself. Drum meaning like the imaginary rolling drum that is doing this kind of player piano thing. So yeah, cell size we certainly could have gotten somewhere else. I don't understand the specifics of this necessarily. But we have the ability to like, there's that overall direction set. So like, I guess what I don't really understand is why this isn't just on some background thing that gets drags, unless you would think that, I guess I don't know, but you would expect, I think, that if there was some background panel, which it appears to be, that thing could get my drag events, right? So like, who? We seemingly don't have that. We seemingly don't have a background panel, but you would just kind of think that this, if it was the background panel, that this thing let's just try it. So let's like my namespace this guy, and this guy. And then if these had drag handlers and the pins didn't, so this is what I want to know. Can I just steal this code? Can I just steal this? Because it feels not good, sort of, the way it is. So we would need event systems. But you know what I mean? Like, what if we just didn't do this? What if we said you were not responsible for handling those things, but you were? Does that make anything better? It feels a little better for me in terms of like, the pins shouldn't, you know, our 64 pins individually should not care about being dragged around. Okay, so you will need a drum reference. What's your problem? It is extremely possible that I thought of this and then there's a reason I didn't do it. But you would think that's where my... So we are raycast target. Wait. Oh, wait a second. Wait, I am doing... okay, never mind. I am doing the thing. I just have bad naming. Okay. Okay. I think my naming is just bad. Because look at this. It is here. It's on the whole thing. So like... it just has a dumb name. So this could be called background. Okay. So it's not on individual pins. Maybe it was initially, and I just did not name it well. So let's just rename this. I don't love this name either, but this is more like what I was saying on the other one, though. It's like, this thing is just responsible for responding to events here, and that's all. And okay. Yes, and that seems to work. And look at our nice... I think this is a cool interface. I've never seen an interface do this in my life. I think it's good. It's a good interface. I think some of these interfaces are pretty good. I like that the, you know, full radial symmetry of the icons always work, whatever direction there are. I don't like that I duplicated them 4 times, because that just feels a little silly, but I think this is pretty cool, actually. I don't think I've ever seen anybody make a piano roll that is omnidirectional. So good job me, I guess. Okay, so the scripts don't look too offensive. Let's apply this prefab one more time. It's already applied. So far, maybe the most offensive thing on this is the lack of nested prefabs, which didn't exist at the time, so what are you gonna do? Okay. So I got a bunch of unused animations. These all actually sprites. Sometimes my brain sees sprites and reads scripts, and sometimes it sees scripts and reads sprites. These all say scripts. Except for scenes and prefabs, these all say sprites. Okay. Swap roll sprites for SVG assets. I feel like this is gonna, like, you know what I'd really like? So as we all know, I hate all 3D modeling software, and I've just never gotten good at any one package, and I've switched too much and whatever. But one thing I like is that in my typical workflow is I try to make the FBX the definitive thing. So rather than having like some C4D file somewhere or some Maya file somewhere, which sometimes you need to do if you're doing a generative thing, but if it's just a model, and you don't really need any history, and it's just the model is the model, and if you want to edit the model, you edit the model, then I say, like, okay, the FBX is the canonical thing. It's not only the canonical asset that gets used in the project, but it's also the canonical, like, source file. So if you need to edit it, you push it to the repository. It's version controlled. It's good. I like that workflow. There's not a lot of things for which that workflow is true. I mean, obviously source code like that, but as far as like assets, generally you have like, oh, I've got my PSD somewhere or whatever. And you can put PSDs in a Unity project, but there's almost always some goofy problem. But FBXs, for me and the way I work, it's generally good to be like, okay, the FBX is the file. And if you need to edit it, you edit it. And again, that's not always true if it's got generative stuff, but I try to make that true. Because more and more often, if there's something generative, I'm going to do that in the Unity side anyway. So SVGs have that same potential, right? Where like, oh, this SVG file in the project is the file. It's literally the asset. And if you want to, it's what gets used in the project, but if you want to edit it, you edit it. I started trying to go that direction yesterday, but it's just a little bit too annoying. And it's mostly annoying because of Illustrator. And the main reason being, if I just had one of these SVGs, and for example, if I just took one of these SVGs and was like, cool, let's open one of these in Illustrator, it's going to open a white on white thing. And then that's great. And it's like, okay, let's see it on a transparency grid. And it's going to put it on the light transparency grid, which is the worst choice. Like, I don't know why you would choose that as the default. It's sort of objectively bad. Unity is smart enough, generally, like in its sprite editor and stuff, it uses a kind of mid to dark. How can I show you? Like, you know, it uses more of a mid. I have this set to darker, but even this mid is good. Like, it's pretty close to, it's like a narrow slice. So white is going to show up and black is going to show up, which is good because like for these kind of assets, I'm going to either be working in black or white, probably white. So I started trying to go in that direction. And it's just too annoying. I get these Illustrator files are small enough that I could also include them separately in the repository just as a design archive, but whatever. Almost every project I have also has like a non-repository piece where I have working files for whatever the working files are. So it's not that big of a deal, but it would just be kind of nice if Illustrator wasn't a bad program. It's a bad program. It's not very good, and it hasn't gotten better for like 15 years. after they, like, when they bought Macromedia, sort of like buying their main competition for a decade, and then there was kind of no new competition for a decade. Like, why would they make it any better? Why would they even need to? Now suddenly there is competition, but the competition is a little weird. Like, Sketch is competition, but it's a little more competition in the UX world, and so, you know, Adobe is working on that for Adobe XD, but that's also Windows only. And then there is like Affinity Designer. CorelDRAW still exists for somebody. I don't know who exactly, but it still exists. Affinity Designer exists, but it's kind of, it's like, I don't know, it's so tiny and it's so late. None of the Adobe software is very good anymore. There was a time when I really liked some pieces of it. I really liked InDesign, actually. InDesign was good. I don't really have any need for it anymore, but there was a time I'd be like, yeah, InDesign, pretty good. So I don't think we need any of this stuff anymore because we merged all these into this. So that means we have one design file per, which was pretty good. So this is what I was saying. For example, like I have this hierarchy is devoted to the like source files for the project versus wherever it is, this hierarchy, which is the Unity project, which is stored in Git. So I'm still honing that strategy after many years, but it's pretty normal for me to have a hierarchy that is like, this is something in source control, this is something that isn't. And frequently, depends on the kind of project, but I also often have a hierarchy that is like, here's high-res assets, like raw footage and stuff, but I'm trying to move away from that. I mean, CorelDRAW, I guess, as a drawing program is still a thing. It just seems like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know anybody who designs in CorelDRAW. Maybe people still use that for illustration and vector illustration. I mean, people obviously still use it, but I still miss things from Macromedia freehand that were better than Illustrator. And then when Adobe bought Macromedia, they took Flash and they did the Flash stuff, and Flash lived on, but they didn't really adopt anything from. It's like. It's like it seemed very apparent that they bought it to kill their competition, right? It wasn't like, oh, we bought Macromedia and now we're going to roll all the great features that you love from Macromedia freehand into Adobe Illustrator, and Adobe Illustrator is going to be so much better. You know, here we are, whatever, 15 years later. I don't know when that acquisition was, a long time ago. And Illustrator's not better. Oh, Macromedia freehand. Initial release was 1988, stable release 2003. I think they bought, it's funny because it says Adobe Freehand. I'm not sure there ever was a release as Adobe Freehand. That's funny. So 1994, they had tried, but you know, back when there was any attempt in this country to stop monopolies, but that stopped a long time ago. Speaking of that, is Microsoft going to buy Discord? That's funny, they didn't buy the font authoring applications, and still to this day, Adobe doesn't have a font authoring application that I know of. And I think Fontographer is still one of the ones. Yeah, Adobe announced in May that it planned to continue support freehand and develop it based on their customers' needs. 1 year later, they said it would discontinue development and updates. Illustrator is making a determined effort to bring the best of freehand into Illustrator, which should be evident from some of the new features in CS4. No. Didn't happen. Illustrator, I don't even know what Adobe would tell you. I'm sure they have a long list of features that they've added to Illustrator over the last 10 years, but I don't know what they are. I think the version of whatever CS6 I had in undergrad, when I graduated from undergrad, when I didn't have to pay monthly for it, probably was. I don't know that there's anything that I actually care about that they've added that there's where there's a meaningful difference. Photoshop's changed a lot, but I don't know any of it's been good. They've just added a bunch of stuff. I know what's gonna happen. I don't know. I don't know what to think about it. Like, it still blows my mind that Microsoft was able to buy, like, allowed to buy Bethesda, but just nobody cares anymore, I guess. But Discord, that's a sad one. Discord's pretty good. Just like Skype used to be pretty good before. Let's see, what happened? Oh yeah, Microsoft bought them. I don't know. Microsoft is a company I have more faith in broadly than I did 10 years ago, but that does not mean I think they should own every company. Okay, so that's 2 of these that we've updated out of 7. I feel like that one went pretty smoothly. 3 hours. Let's look at the next one. I'm not sure how far we'll get into it. I'm really curious about these like mystery ones. Were these that bad? Some of them were motion-based, I remember. And actually, now that I say that, some of these might actually be better in VR. Like I made one of them, Arco, is sort of like the idea of like move it. You're supposed to hold your phone and move it like a bow and play music, but I think it just was the wrong idea for this particular set of tools. In fact, the first one of these doesn't fit in as much. Like the rest are very structured interfaces that do things in an interesting way, and the first one's just kind of a toy. But I'm gonna say that's okay because, like, you know, you can listen to one Beatles album and you can have your whatever, She's So Heavy, and you can also have Octopus's Garden. So it's okay to have some playful things mixed in with some less playful things. Okay, I've seemingly ruined some buttons. I don't even know what those buttons are for. Maybe I was using the back button, but I think in the end I don't. I think I don't want to. Yeah, some of them really surprised me. I don't know. Have you been keeping up with the Embracer group, which is like the most like dystopian, creepy, like, welcome to the Embracer group. So basically at this point, if you're not owned by, you know, one of the huge publishers or Microsoft or whatever that has acquired a bunch of studios, and you're not partially or largely owned by Tencent in China, it's very possible that you haven't been embraced by the Embracer group. Which, I guess, I mean, they're Swedish, so I don't want this to sound, to come across the wrong way, but I'm a little bit less bothered by a Swedish company doing this than Tencent, just because Tencent seems to come with a lot of political baggage from China. But the Embracer group has just been embracing and embracing and embracing. Look at all this embracing they've been doing. Just over the last 3 years, really. 4 years-ish. And be careful, Ben. If you make a game and it gets a little bit popular, it might be embraced. I wonder who did this logo. I don't think it's very good. I don't like this. I don't know. It's funny because my friend Corey has done basically every logo in all of video games, but that doesn't seem like a Corey Schmitz jam. Corey's got a certain look, you know? I would actually be really surprised with that. That really doesn't seem like him. He's got a very specific, you know, if any logo you've seen, whether in the last 5 to 10 years, say, and that is in any way associated with video games, whether it's a video game title or a publisher or a studio, there's a pretty good chance that Corey did the logo. This beautiful Ghost of Tsushima branding. All the stuff for Control was great. He worked on the Oculus Stadium logo. but I really don't think he... Yeah. They should have hired Corey. It would be better. The Embracer Group should embrace Corey. That's the thing to do. Don't they get it? Game logos. Corey's portfolio. The problem with Corey's portfolio is he's done too much. I didn't know he did the Exit the Gungeon. He did Valorant. Oh, Sable. Sable's the one, right? Sable is the very like Mobius looking game. When does that come out? Is that the right? Am I thinking of the right game? Does that come out this year? Yeah, right. No games are ever coming out. No games are coming out this year. Yeah. Oh, this game looks gorgeous. Oh, I hope it's good. Like, it just looks... Every frame looks like a Mobius illustration. Ugh. So good. It's not going to come out this year. No games are coming out this year. Yeah, Corey is like... Corey's a machine. That's the hard part about his portfolio, though. Is he's like done... He's done too much. His control stuff was really good. I didn't realize he did Spellbreak either. He did Outer Wilds. Corey! Far Cry and Farpoint. I didn't realize he did Long Dark. Corey, he's just done everything. He's done every game studio. Yeah, studio logos. Okay. He did the Humble Games logo. Like, these are all very good. Corey's very good at his job. They should have paid Corey. I forgot he did Verb. That's funny. I worked for... Ugh. Talk about Verb. Do I want to talk about Verb? I don't think I have an NDA that says I can't talk about Verb. You know, maybe one day I'll complain about Verb. Shinra? Oh no. It's funny because there's actually still some... I wanted to see his like Maker Fund logos. He's just got too many. He's got... He needs just one page that has every possible thing on it, but that might just be too many things. Anyway, back to the Embracer Group. Their logo is not good and they should pay Corey, and they own everything. Including, I think, Clay. I think they got Clay. Is that right? Somebody embraced Clay. I guess it wasn't them. Who bought Clay? Actually, Clay may have been Tencented. Didn't somebody embrace Clay? I guess it wasn't the Embracer Group. I wish Griftlands would come out. I thought somebody... Oops. Oh, it was acquired by Tencent. Man, that's too bad. I just, like, Tencent. There's just enough things about Tencent that make me uncomfortable. I wish they'd been embraced instead. Coffee Stain Studios is that's the publisher of Valheim. I mean, yes, right now they let them have autonomy in Western markets, but like how many times have we seen stuff appear with like the stuff going on with the apparel industry right now, like where that was happening with the NBA, like where suddenly when Western values and Eastern values don't align, the Eastern values can, or like I will specifically say Chinese government values, I won't say Eastern values, where like Western values do not align with the views of the Chinese government, and suddenly there becomes corporate repercussions for that. We haven't seen that very much in games that I know of yet, but like, can't be that far away. Actually, we have seen. Wait, we have seen it. What was that studio? The studio with the like hidden image of Winnie the Pooh, that got blacklisted basically. Did that game ever get released? It got like removed from Steam. What was that game? Where was that studio? Was it in Hong Kong? Was it in Taiwan? What game was that? No, Chinese Room is... They're the Dear Esther people. The Taiwanese studio? This game. So, okay, it was Devotion. Did it go back on sale? I thought it got delisted, then relisted, and then delisted again. Okay, but this is brand new, so maybe it's now. Okay, so now they're just selling it directly. So like no stores. Yeah, because initially it was like on Steam, and then they got delisted from Steam. And then they tried, like, GOG tried to, and then CD Projekt Red was like, oh, nope, sorry. You know, this was part of CD Projekt Red becoming a villain instead of a hero. When CD Projekt Red became the dystopian cyberpunk future, instead of making a game about it, they just turned into it. I don't even know if this game is good, but I kind of want to go buy it just to... support them. How did it know my made-up birthday? Maybe Red Candle Studios will be embraced. So yeah, Valheim has been embraced. Asper Media is a crazy one for me because it used to be that Asper didn't really make games. They were responsible for all the Mac ports of games. Like, I mean, I know they made games. I just don't know. Oh yeah, so right. They're the Stubbs the Zombie people. Who could forget? No, Wide Load Games was there, so they just did the port of it. So yeah, they ported a bunch of games. Acquired by Embracer Group last month. I want to be embraced. Anybody else? I mean, THQ Nordic as a whole. Yeah, Bug Out is Wreckfest. Motocross games. Some of these I vaguely recognize. Risen. I feel like Gunfire is that Darksiders people? Yeah. It seems. Yeah, I still that new patch came out. I still have not played. I think I'm not going to play Cyberpunk until even though I'll play it on PC. If who knows? Maybe graphics cards will be a thing that you can buy in the future. But I think I'm just going to wait until around the time that the next gen versions come out. Pinball effects. The XCOM people. Embracer. If I was going to make if I was going to make my Cyberpunk game the name of the company, like Embracer would be probably like on the short list. They got Volition. Gearbox. I don't actually know what else. Oh yeah, Goat Simulator and Satisfactory. But they're also the publisher of Valheim, right? Yes. But Goat Simulator is their game. Satisfactory, oh, I wish that would come out one day. Someday, Satisfactory will come out. Maybe now that they've been embraced. Clay just seems like Tencent and Clay seems like a really weird fit for me. Because, I mean, Clay's had some very popular games, like very, like, you know, like sort of niche but very popular, but nothing like, you know, world-endingly huge. Like they have a very respectable portfolio of games, but they're not like, you know, epic or something. It seems like a lot of Tencent holdings are for like huge companies. I mean, maybe they have a ton of smaller studios that I just don't know about. Like this would make a little more sense to me as being Embracered. But guess not. They've been Tencented. When does this game come out? The answer is never. No games are coming out this year. The sad thing about this is I feel like I was excited about Griftlands, but now I've played so many like deck building games. I feel so over it. I thought I was over it before Monster Train, but Monster Train is great. But I might actually be over it now. I don't know. Oh, really? Get it? Yeah. You could have, Ben, you could have been Embracered. Look at you now. You could be right now in the, like, I like visualize all these people like wrapped up in cocoons somewhere. I bet they're very happy with, I mean, who knows what the publishing deal is, but like, I wonder if they've embraced Coffee Stain before or after Valheim sold 6 million plus copies. Embracer Group. I think the reason I don't like this logo is it kind of looks like I made it. I don't know. Maybe Corey did make it and he just didn't put it in his portfolio because he didn't like it. The little plus, I don't know. It just doesn't like, something about it doesn't. Maybe they're trying to appear a little friendly, but I feel like Embracer could have a cooler name. I don't know. It's Embracer Plus Group. It's a positive. It's positivity. Plus. Pluses are good. People like pluses. Doesn't feel quite right. I want it to be like a little more cold. Like any company with heavy industries in the name, which is the coolest. Of course, as we all know, any company that has heavy industries in the name is cool. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. Hyundai Heavy Industries sounds a little less cool. Kawasaki Heavy Industries, cool. Samsung Heavy Industries, I'm going to say not so cool. Sumitomo Heavy Industries. Cool. I feel like Kawasaki. Or what we were just looking at. Old Kawasaki. Where'd that go? Fuji Heavy Industries. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. Kawasaki Heavy Industries. Like anything. Oh, did it say governance? Is the Embracer is the Embracer group? I don't know. I don't know what to think. I think your goal, Ben, should be able to make a good game, a good popular game, but only so you can be Embracered. Not for any other reason. Not for like creative fulfillment or success or wealth or any of those things. Those things are all transient. Those are all passing fancies. But Embracer is forever. I don't know what I was doing up here. Like, what am I? Why did I do this? I don't even know what these are part of. Buttons? No, the buttons are down there. What is this? It's somewhere in this canvas. It's not those buttons. It's not that header. It's in the content window. But why? Oh. Oh. That's bad. I think that's bad. Maybe it's still okay. Okay, I forgot that this. I'm not loading scenes. I'm loading the prefabs. That's why these prefabs are like this. So that could be a problem. Maybe it's not if we maintain two canvases. Because like I said before, I think I want one of them to be like, you know, pixel sized, like maintains a constant size on the screen, but probably not the UI. I don't know. I don't know, everybody. Okay, but I still am confused. So those are the buttons. That's from drop. That's what we're seeing there. I thought I had written this to load scenes, which would be a thing I would normally do. And maybe I should do that. Okay, anyway, what was the next one? I already forgot. Well, like the meta, like high level thing, we're not gonna worry about that right now. I guess it's okay if it's just a prefab that gets loaded and unloaded. I thought this was the project where I did a weird, no, that was a different project. Who knows what I'm doing? So next on the list, we did roll, we did fade. So next is line. So line is okay. But it's got some pretty major problems, I think. have issues. Like sometimes lines just aren't drawing. And I don't, is that a rendering problem? Yes, it is. Okay, that's funny. That's super loud, sorry. I really should route all these through Unity Mixer. So the thing I don't like about this is there's no like preview. It's either there or it's not. Like if I'm between here, I feel like it should be ghosted in maybe. Okay, so I don't really know what any of this means. I think this means quarter note? Half note? Whole note. Okay, so that's what this means. This means voice. So this has 3 voices. It's okay. I think the biggest weakness, one, like it looks like I tried to be a little fancy with the design. Like whatever, I don't love these. I feel like this shape, whatever. We may revisit some design elements because like, why am I doing this? I don't know. It doesn't quite make sense. Actually, you sort of expect it to have the dots on the side, and it's more like we're connecting those dots. But whatever, that's purely aesthetic. The thing that is not very good about it is the connections. There's no hint that a connection is going to happen. So if I click here and I start to drag, it doesn't mean anything. Like I don't know until I actually go over something and let go. And actually, it's funny how. So like while I'm dragging around, it doesn't do anything until I hit one and then it's there. So like either the way I would normally do it is like, you know, make it where anywhere that I dragged, it would show a preview of where it was going to connect. But I don't want any, I want the lines always to be straight. So maybe you just get like a little preview of like the next possible place and then you have to mouse over it. That might be confusing though. Maybe it's dotted or ghosted or something until you actually snap it to something. I don't know. I think the experience is probably also a bit different on mobile because your finger's there. Uh-oh. Insertion failed on expression. Game object is active. Vectorline.canvas. Okay, I am using Vectorosity for this. Why? There's no reason for that. Like, it's just it's a line that is either there or it's not. So this is one we may actually want to rewrite. I think so. I think I started this 4 years ago, I guess, early 2017. But like there's no reason for what I'm doing that it couldn't just be a sprite. So there's no reason to be fancy and use Vectorosity. Maybe at a point I was doing the thing that I drag out, but I still I would do that differently now. There's definitely things it's really good for, and I use it for other projects. That's probably actually the real answer, is I think in 2016 I had used it for another project, so it's probably just really fresh in my mind. It doesn't look too offensive. It's just we start a stroke and we make a stroke prefab. Yeah, there's just no reason. So it's like, what is a stroke? It's a vector line with 2 points. Like, this seems like it could easily be a line renderer, if that. Like, it probably can just be a sprite. Probably. Because it doesn't do anything. It just like fills the slot. Okay, so this one seems like it actually works with our new setup, and it just works and everything's good. It feels dumb to use letters for the different voices, but I don't know what we would use for like what would you use for a iconography for different voices? Because I'd actually prefer to avoid letters and numbers, because I feel like we have a... Well, this is where it does start to get complicated. So this one, I think I kind of adopted this from Velodic, where it's whole note, quarter note, half note. I think we could probably come up with better. I mean, we definitely could. It would be possible to come up with better. Let's say that. So in this case, we were a little bit fancier. And we did do sprite atlases. But I don't do that anymore because Unity can just atlas things for you now. So you don't really need to do this. You can keep things separate, have separate assets, unless it's, you know, convenient to you to author things this way, which I could see. Yeah, they're like UX. Oh no, man. That's kind of not the problems we're supposed to be solving at the moment. We're supposed to just be getting things functional and porting to vector. So like revamping what the icons are is maybe not our should not be our goal at the moment. Anyway, quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. Okay, the thing I was just trying to decide is like, do I want to try to, you know, I want to make these discrete phases. Like, I probably don't want to get into UX and design while I'm trying to do this process of fixing things and porting to Vector. So let's just swap this stuff for Vector and ignore the fact that it's not very good, I guess, for now. So I mean, it's okay. It's just not very consistent. So that's where I feel like a lot of the work on this is going to be, is just to try to make it good, make it gooder. Okay. This one's called line. Please just need all these. Yes. Wait for Illustrator to open. Some of these things we may consolidate too, like probably what? What? Are you trying to tell me my that we're not using my NVIDIA driver? What? Okay, hold for 1 second. What are you talking about? So I was, admittedly, trying to do some driver updates yesterday. But did I somehow lose my... Yeah, weirdly. What? Okay. We're not using my... We're not using my expensive GPU? Weird. Oh, okay. Don't know why that would be. Ooh, good shot with that cookie. Nailed it. Very good. Yeah, so this used to be my strategy for this. I would have these template layers, then I would output them, and then I would manually slice them up in Unity, and that's kind of annoying. Like slicing them and naming them, setting it all up in 2 places, whatever. So I don't think we want to do that. I think we want to figure out how to just do all these. So these icons are all 60. No, they're 128, 128. So that's fine. It is kind of a lot of things. So these are 128, 128. These are all 128. This guy is also 128. Okay, so we need 1. So we need 11. Is that right? 11 images? And 11. So the good news about this is that they're all 128, 128. This should be pretty easy. So let's try new from template. Can we use my good template? Great. So what we will want to do, I think, well, okay, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then we will arrange these whatever. Not like that. This. That seems not too horrible. So we'll do the buttons or the icons first. So these will be like line, icon, whatever. And yeah, so it'll be like clear. Ugh, it'll be a little bit annoying, but figure it out. Actually, you get up there. What? Okay, so icons first. So we'll have line icon. Line icon clear. Line icon step 4. Step 1. That doesn't make much sense. Which is which? So step 1, we probably want step 1, step 2, step 4. That naming is maybe not great. Step 4. Basically like quarter note, whole note, half note, but it's saying like in the sequence we want to step every like once per loop, 4 times per loop. No, that's how many. Ugh. I'm going to leave that naming the same for now so it's easier to swap things out, but that feels like it wants to change. And then line icon stop. And then voice ABC, which I really don't like. Okay. Oops. Voice C, and then down here we have like line button, which again is probably a thing, you know, as we conform things, maybe we just have like some general set of things because a lot of these are already very consistent. Like we always have an X for clear, you know, so whatever our clear is, we probably have some set of shared icons. We have a line node. Line playhead. Okay. Yes. So it'd be great if we could have multiple Illustrator documents like 2 up so we can work side by side, but we really can't. We can tear one out, but it's not the same. Okay, so how do we want to do this? What's the least horrible way to do this? Always will be horrible. Oh, did I make all these the wrong size? Sure did. And then, how's that? Okay. So that was, okay, clear, then step 1, step 2, step 4. So that was clear. Okay, I'm definitely in, come on. Step 1. Come on, buddy. Step 2. We'll get rid of those backgrounds. Step 4. Okay. and then stop. Oh, we lost the names. Stop. Maybe I didn't hit enter. Stop. Voice A. Voice B. Yeah, I really don't. I don't want letters. I don't. That feels wrong. Okay. You will be stop. And then voice ABC. We'll just leave them for now and definitely plan to come up with a better strategy. A, B, C. You don't want to, please? What? And then this was the what? Button, and then the node, and then the playhead. The button is just this, buddy. Easy. This is the node. Great. This is the playhead. Okay. Now we ungroup all of you. And now we can ditch your backgrounds. Okay. So did we do that correctly? Clear, step 1, step 2, step 4. Stop, voice A, voice B, voice C. That's the button, which again, that will probably become shared, but I'm okay with this for now. And because we don't know. We just don't know yet, like what's going to be shared and what isn't. Probably stop and clear are going to be shared, but I think I'm going to wait until we have like a clear idea. Button background probably going to be shared, but it's easy enough to make that pass later. Okay, I'm going to say this looks okay. Why don't be in the templates folder, friend? We're never going to find it. Maybe I should leave Vectorosity in this project as a tribute to Eric, the greatest Unity support forum person of all time. Line.ai. Okay. So you're happy. File, export, 4 screens. Too many things. You. Okay. Now we will have a SVG folder. SVG. Show and Explorer view. You. And we need to make sure we turn, I don't know if this is shared or not, actually. So if we do you in your SVG, we do want to make sure that SVG doesn't have that. Okay, that seems like that is global. That's like weirdly felt like it took a little longer than it should have. I wonder why. Okay, so what do we want to do here? We like 128. We do want to preserve the viewport, and we want to be this, and we want to target resolution. This really matters, but let's just say higher res. Did we do that for, I think we did it for drop. Yes, did we do it for roll? We didn't, but let's go ahead and do it. I think it just will like increase the density of the when it tessellates, it'll just make them more dense, which I think we want for these high DPI mobile screens. Maybe. Okay. I already forgot what I'm doing. Line. So these all look pretty good. So let's do the nodes first, maybe. So those are all buttons for some reason. No. Oh, I see. Oh, okay, that's funny. I just cheated and I have a grid, but some of those grids are buttons and some of them aren't. Oh, that's a... I maybe don't like... I get it. I get why you would do that, but also, why did you do that? So that means... So do these X ones mean that they're actually... Okay, at least I had the sensibility to do that. So these are my... Weirdly, these have scale on them. Why? Okay, this is a bit annoying, actually. Okay, they're just called nodes, so that's good. We have all these nodes. We're going to change these nodes. I don't know if I like brighten them up or dim them or anything. Looks like I do, but we know how to do that now. That's fine. So we're going to save this. That's a thing that will, I mean, yeah, lots of inconsistencies, but whatever. So remove you, add an SVG image. Make you a line node sprite instead. Set your color to you. And we should be back in business, except we would like your material to be this vector UI material. Look at that resolution. Unbelievable. There's probably a lot of triangles going in to make this circle so round, but I'm just going to ignore that. Okay. So that did something weird. Like, our grid layout is now weird. Why? The alignment of the nodes inside the cells is bad. Yeah, they seem to be weirdly offset for some reason. Oh, okay. So let's do that, and then we now have to fix this. That's a lot of handlers, everybody. It's just this same thing. Like, instead of an image, do this. I'll review the code later. Okay. So that takes care of all those. And then the buttons are silly. So like clear is easy enough. It's just white. I don't think we do anything fancy here. And then actually, let's just do the buttons all at once, maybe. So the 4 buttons are this friendly color, and you go away, and you become an SVG image, and you get line button. sprite, and you become this color, and you get, you know, one of these. Okay, so that's all the buttons. The icons are a slightly different story. These two are easy. Remove view, SVG image. Let's stop. Yes. What did I call it before if it wasn't called stop? Oh, it's just inside. There. Inside the sprite Alice. Okay. That's you. So now is where it's going to get probably a little bit annoying. Because I'm assuming... Yeah, whose job is it to swap this out? Is the thing I'm a little worried about. Like who... It's step one right now, but whose job is it to know? Maybe I do that on the button. Cycle step, the step icons. I see. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's the icon. So this guy needs to swap out. Cycle step needs these different graphics. So there's like multiple, yeah, a little bit annoying, but whatever. So first we just do this, and this is align step one, and this one's easy because it's just an SVG image and becomes line icon step one, sprite. And it gets this friend. So that's good. And then this thing, the cycle step, we got to be... Why do you think... Wait, why do you think you're sprites? Interesting. Because this is easy. This is just an SVG image. We just add this. However, maybe this doesn't actually matter. Like, do those still count as... Maybe those still count as sprites. Maybe they extend sprite. I do not know. Do not know. This one we do have a singleton that controls everything. So okay. So are you telling me that I can drop in? Can I really do this? Step one sprite. Step two sprite. Step four sprite. You telling me I can do this? And then that I can do this? The thing I definitely want to do is go through these and break up the prefabs. It's funny, Vectorosity. It's just Vectorosity not showing at scale quite properly. That's funny. Clear only cleared. Is there an error? Does it like clear tries to like only delete the last one or something? I probably did that to be fancy for capturing the video. That makes clear more like an undo. It's maybe not a terrible thing. This is a stop, which sure looks a lot like randomize. Oh boy. It just, okay, this is the equivalent of what our clear is in other cases. Just kind of fades it out. Okay, well, we're gonna ignore. Okay, well, we're ignoring that for now. Okay, so I should be to the point where I'm not using any of these except the voices. Let's go ahead and do that. That would be you. So there'll be a different, so there's a cycle voice and it's going to be similar, but it seems easy. These are so similar, but oh well. It's just super similar. Okay, not really a big deal, but you can imagine ways to combine those, but it's probably not worth it because there's just two things and whatever. It's not hurting anything. So now you live here. No, you don't. We got to go in here first. We got to do the thing where we remove you and then we add you and then you're this guy. I should really do this part all at once, but we do that. Then we go here and you live here. All of you get swapped out for A, B, C. I really want to replace Vectorosity in this because that one, I want to like have the drawing and connecting better anyway because I feel like it's not very intuitive, and two, it just seems like a totally unnecessary. It seems totally unnecessary for what we're doing here. Okay. So if we did that correctly, we should no longer need these three files. Probably missed something, but let's see. Okay, nothing vanished off the screen, which is promising. Then let's do a t::svg image. Let's make sure that we set the material for everything. Miraculously we did. And then let's run this and maybe it'll work. I forgot the playhead. I can't tell what's up with the Vectorosity part. It seems to just be struggling with scaling. Probably another reason not to use it. I also don't understand this. Well, I guess we're above 100%, so. It's weird that like scaling out would just make Vectorosity decide not to exist. Okay, so we did forget the playhead. Forgot the playhead. I don't know where it is. Where is it? Must be a prefab. Because it presumably we instantiate it. There's a node prefab. I don't think we're using it. It probably existed before I squished the whole thing into one prefab. We have a line. We have a line prefab. We have a stroke prefab. I think it was actually strokes is what got instantiated. Yeah. So line, I think, is not a thing. Stroke is a thing. Playhead. Where are you? Oh no, I was wrong. I lied. Oh shoot, it was a thing. It was a thing. Dang it. Of course it is. It was the whole thing. Man. Can't undo that. But I hadn't applied things, so maybe it'll be okay because they're still seeing changes. I don't know. That was a silly thing to do. Of course I needed the line prefab. I don't know, Unity, are you going to figure this out? Nope. You're not. That's too bad. That's a little annoying. Actually, pretty dang annoying, turns out. Yeah, it really lost everything. That's weird though, because I don't think I applied that stuff, but maybe I did. Okay. Anyways. Already did that. Remove you. That's my own fault. That was just a very silly mistake. Okay, that's the line button sprites. Icons. I forgot what was what. I think this was clear. And then we have to, no, not on this one. It's clear. Stop. What is the button actually doing here? Stop strokes. Okay. And then down here, it was step whatever. Step 1. And then we also need to go here and do this. We also need to do... That was a really silly thing to do. I just did it right before my very eyes. So that's step 1, 2, 4. That's you. And this is voice ABC. Your voice A. And then node. Node. Okay. And then T colon SVG image. And now we set all you, or via you. Okay. All that's great. Apply this prefab. Don't delete the prefab. That is essential. But here's the thing. It's just in here. That's how it works. Okay, so there is a SVG. Come on. Playhead. Okay. Now do we work? Yeah, the clear is funny on this one. I don't know. That's just like UX stuff to decide. So let's do a quick code review of this guy, but it seems functional. I think I get what's going on. Pretty sure I want to replace Vectorosity, do some UX cleanup. So this one's easy enough. This is just to like decide which step, you know, that button that cycles through the voices and the steps. That's all this is. Seems easy enough. Nodes handle the pointer handling. So as you like drag in and drag out, press, release, all of that stuff. Seems like it makes sense. They auto connect. You don't have to release. So it's sort of like you draw and then it will just sort of snap to something. I don't think I make any effort to like prevent you from just snapping back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Maybe I should. Like where those are just slots that are occupied. And if it's occupied, you can't do it. I don't know. That may be more complicated than it needs to be. But in general, I think I get that. A stroke itself, it probably just handles the interpolation of the playhead based on when the beat is. And that's okay. We try to add a node. If it's not adjacent, we return. Look at me with that is adjacent. You should say are adjacent because you want to know, are these two nodes adjacent? I think is adjacent. Doesn't make sense there. Okay, so this is a little more involved than some of the others. It kind of looks like. This is just interpolation stuff, so that's not whatever. And if we're not looping, we fade out. So we don't lerp that. It just happens in the update. So that seems okay. Okay. What's the whole thing doing? Probably just high level management stuff. Is my to-do list? Probably. So it manages like which voice you are. Okay, so this one's a little more complicated. Could probably be simplified. We make a pass at simplification. Doesn't seem too crazy. Okay, so that, then we're gonna call that one addressed. And then that might be it for today. Scripts, sprites. Those words just look too similar. Should play Loop Hero. Play Loop Hero again tonight. Sprites. So actually one thing, it probably doesn't matter actually. I wonder, So normally with, PNG based assets, you care about atlasing. So you don't get additional set pass calls because you'd be swapping out the texture. So you atlas those, so it's just one big texture that goes into memory and you're all good. With these, since they're geometry based, I don't know, normally when Unity generates the geometry for the Unity UI, I think it combines all that geometry so it can draw it all at once. I wonder if it does that for these. Since these all end up geometry based, I wonder if all that geometry gets baked into a big mesh. That would be cool. That would be the cool way to do it. I guess we can look and try to figure that out. Okay. What is this one called? Now, what did we fix on drop? I think we just disabled. I think we just went into the scene and hit apply. We forgot to. Oh, I didn't really mean to push, but go ahead and push. Did this never push? I've been going for hours. Why would this not push? Not weird? Nothing fancy about this. I don't think there was anything weird about this. The last commit was not fancy. I don't need any of that stuff. All we did was add these two lines and then whatever the changes were to the yarn stuff. Why? Why? Why are you broken? Seemed like an SSH, like a key issue? I think it actually did push. I think it's just having trouble updating. Yeah. Trouble with the remote? No. I don't know what's wrong with that. I mean, it's just source tree being weird. We should actually check and make sure that that actually builds. Netlify, netlify.com, netlify.com. I think Netlify is okay so far. I wish they did app hosting, but the stuff I have there doesn't really need it. And, you know, got a couple things that do have serverless functions, but like they don't need a full app. What's this extra role stuff? How did I miss some of these commits? that's almost all formatting. Okay. Netlify. Build completed. So we'll check analytics in a few days and see how bad it is. We definitely have other stuff to do. I was kind of, I don't know, man. I don't know what I'm doing in April. I have like no jobs lined up in April. I have stuff for in a couple of months that's going to require some travel if that is a thing that is possible. But I think I'm just going to stream all of April, I guess. Because why not? Okay, so line seems fine. Let's not do that. So we did what? 3 of these today? And part of that was just figuring it out. We did drop. We did line. We did roll. So okay. I don't want to do any more, but let's see what's next. Oh shoot. The scene changes that weren't, oh man. Okay. And we're not fully committed. So that scene again. We have the light settings. We should not have any lighting. We need to remember to go through and turn off all lighting. There's not even any lights, so I don't really know. Can you have shared light settings now? Is that a new thing you can do? Yes. So we could just make one light settings thing that disabled. Okay. I'm gonna ignore that for the moment. Let's make sure we applied line. Seems to be applied. Okay. And so the next one is wait. We skipped fade? Is that the slider one? We did. We skipped fade. Okay, that's fine. We'll do this one next time. This one I think will not be too crazy. Just some scaling issues and vectorizing, and I don't think it'll be too nuts. That was after the prefab apply. Okay. Website, do you work? Seem a little slow. You need to make a fave icon as well. Seems like you work. There's a lot of stuff to do on this website. I don't know. Anyway, as far as like streaming more regularly, I was thinking that maybe Fridays is like documentation day. Like this works pretty well. It's just the velocity is like, feels pretty good on mobile, but it doesn't actually respond to your, when you let go, the speed is not related to the velocity of your release, which is a minor thing, but I think would be nice. Anyway, lots of fancy things there. So what are we doing? I think we did this. Also, I was thinking of like, yeah, if I want to start getting into Studio One, maybe I start recording some music in. I've not done that for a long time. Generally just make things that make music for a long time. Libraries for that stuff. Wait, which stuff? What was I talking about? I don't know what I was talking about. Ben, you can't expect me to remember what I'm talking about from 1 second to the next. Oh, for the website? The slider and stuff? I did everything because I hate them all. I tried like 10 different sliders thinking I'm not going to waste. I told myself I'm not going to waste time writing a slider. There's millions of them. And I tried them all, or at least like a dozen. And they all had something I did not like about them. And so I just wrote one. And it's like a hybrid. It's like half a Vue component and half JavaScript. And I don't know if I did it really correctly, but yes, I didn't want to write one, but I just had like specific enough needs about how I wanted things to work. If it was like, oh, if it's square, I want to like see the edges and whatever. And I just wanted stuff to work in a certain way and feel a certain way. And I did not find one that did all of those things. The closest one was that, who's that guy? The masonry guy. What is your name? I forgot your name. Desandro. This guy loves making things on the web. Almost, he loves it as much as I hate it. Flickety? Flickety was not bad. It was close. It just didn't quite do what I wanted. And it, I can't even remember exactly what the problem was. Anyway, suffice to say, it did not quite do what I wanted. Man, I don't know. If I were me and I were you, I might not do the foolish thing I've done, and I might just use something. I might use like Cargo or something like that. Like Corey, world famous designer Corey Schmitz, who designed every logo in the video game industry. Even though I'm not crazy about the organization of his site because he just has too much work. He just uses Cargo Collective, and I think it's fine. I think it is. It generally does the job. I think it's pretty good in general. I don't know. If I was going to just start today, the problem is I've just like been maintaining this site for actually, I think it's 20 years now, because I noticed the little footer on my site says 2001, and I probably did that for a reason. So I probably, because I think in 2001 is when I like created J38 and I had all these whatever .J38s, and I think Scott.J38 I created in 2001 and was like kind of the first version of my portfolio site. So I've been maintaining iterations of the site for 20 years. And it's a pain in the butt. But I will say I also made it kind of hard on myself because what I really wanted was all content, like all of the content to be front-end agnostic. So everything could just be images and markdown, and then it would transform into a site. And so that is a lot of where the fuss was. And just porting like, a decade of stuff that was jQuery or WordPress based to not be. But so that stuff was its own kind of hassle. And then in the process of that, like using Vue and the viewfications of things is where I was like, I don't know, uncertain of exactly how I wanted to handle some of the things like the slideshow. But I mostly like the slideshow. Some like acceleration or gravity would be good, and then something to pop full screen, just the way that a video player will pop full screen. And then I think I'll be okay with it. Yeah, I don't know. Squarespace is its own pain in the butt. I wish I had answers for you. There's so many like static site generators. I was like trending towards Jekyll for a while, but then it just didn't quite do what I wanted it to do. And that's where I ended up with Nuxt. And it was a fuss. It was a real fuss for sure. But I have like really hyper specific ways that I want to show things. So it's my own fault. Otherwise, yeah, you could use Wix or Squarespace or any of those things that are probably fine. I would say the thing about Wix and Squarespace is they're hyper generic, and I would think, there are places like Cargo that are more portfolio oriented. Yeah, but I mean, well, Bootstrap is fine. Bootstrap's actually pretty good, but it's more just like the layout of things. So this is all Bootstrap view based, but I don't think like just straight up Bootstrap does it. I think it does have a carousel actually. It's not quite what I didn't like it. Maybe I don't know. I didn't look at the Bootstrap 5 carousel. So the Bootstrap 4 carousel is just like super duper okay. Like, can't drag it. It's okay. It's a carousel more than a slideshow. I don't know how much you care about that. But I actually didn't look. Maybe the Bootstrap 5 one is better. Maybe it doesn't even have one. Oops. Maybe it's good. My first thing I tried to do was drag it, and it didn't drag. So, I don't know. Yeah, it's fine, but it's just not going to like manage your content structure for you, right? Like Bootstrap is gonna like simplify the classes, but it's like you still have to maintain your content how you're going to maintain it. And so, like I used Bootstrap previously with WordPress, and now I use Bootstrap View, which is really just Bootstrap with Vue and Nuxt. Like it's not gonna build your site for you. So either you still need some kind of CMS strategy or you need some kind of static site generation, of which there's a billion now. You could probably just pick your language. There's probably a C# one, probably. You could just learn React. You could learn Go and use Hugo. Gatsby seemed popular. Jekyll I used for a long time, actually. Just the best thing I can say about Jekyll is that it is supported out of the box by GitHub. So if you push a Jekyll site to GitHub, it will automatically compile it for you, which definitely can make things easy. Like the object normal site is nothing special. Actually, I mean, this might be a thing for you to consider, but the object normal site is just Markdown in Jekyll, and it's super simple. There's like nothing to it. It's just it probably is Bootstrap templates and yeah, I think it's some Jekyll templates that use Bootstrap and then some Markdown files, and that's kind of all there is to it. I don't remember which. I use some slideshow here that seems fine. I don't know which one, but I can drag stuff. That seems good. I can't click to cycle, but I can drag. And it has good velocity. Actually, it goes faster than you'd expect. I think cycle, maybe it's jQuery cycle. jQuery cycle 2 is maybe what I used for that one. And it was not bad. That is not the site. Don't do WordPress. I would say not WordPress. I think this one was okay. There's just there's so many. Flickety is maybe what I would use. Cycle seems a little dated. Anyway, Jekyll is extremely manageable. Like Jekyll is pretty good. It just was like, I started to use Jekyll, but I wanted to be so fancy that the template for my site, but the templating just wasn't as flexible as Vue with like fancy reusable components. But for this site, which is not the greatest site in the world by any means, but it is a portfolio site that just is a bunch of Markdown files, and it's pretty simple. Nuxt, so far, I'm like slightly love-hate. I generally like Vue. I'm pretty lukewarm on Nuxt, I would say. I haven't even heard of some of those other ones. Beautiful static documentation. Yeah, that's a documentation-oriented one. Like I looked at ViewPress. I look at another one called Gridsome. Did we see that one yet? ViewPress, if you wanted to be a little fancier, seemed okay. I think that's the one I'm thinking of. It was also seemed pretty oriented towards documentation though. In fact, I think my feeling was it was a little too oriented towards like a site like this, like a documentation kind of site, which I wasn't super into. I don't even know what any of these other ones are. Gridsome was okay, but like it's what I started using it and then it just didn't quite do the thing. Yeah. Jekyll, if you just don't want to mess with anything, Jekyll's pretty good. I mean, you still have to mess with stuff. But it's not, there's no like, it's just HTML with some, like a very basic templating language. That is its own templating language. Like it's not even learning some other. Is it Liquid? Liquid templating. Okay, never mind. It is a third-party thing, but it's very simple. And it's okay. I've used it for a lot of sites. Again, just because at the time, that was the easiest thing to deploy, because then you just deploy a Jekyll project and GitHub will just automatically make it for you, and it's great. It's very easy. Now, of course, you can like deploy anything anywhere, and Netlify will build like 85 different kinds of like whatever you give it. You could probably build the entire thing based on this guy's stuff. I used that for a while. Like, and I think all of his stuff works together pretty well, but like he's got all of these. I thought Masonry was the good one. Maybe he doesn't use that one anymore. Maybe these other one, Packery or Isotope. Like he has layout engines. He has this fancy flickable carousel. These don't really respond to the velocity. They're just faster than mine. Maybe that's all it takes, because mine's just too slow. Yeah, maybe mine was just a little faster. Actually, maybe it's the easing that makes mine not good. Maybe I shouldn't have any easing, or just only ease out and not ease in. I don't know. Well, okay, on that point though, as far as just authoring content, I think like I don't know. I'm not the biggest John Gruber fan on earth. At all, actually. He's fine, but Markdown I think is like in some ways Markdown is a better vision for the web than HTML ever was. Like it is, I think it's like closer towards Tim Berners-Lee's light, just because it is such a simple like way to decorate text and have it become content. So like, oops, don't do that. You know, like this. Where'd it go? And combined with Vue, I think it like it's pretty powerful, because I can then have something like this. So this web page is generated by this, which is mostly just a bunch of text that has a few markdown markups, and then every once in a while there's HTML crammed into it. But more what I'm moving towards is having like custom Vue components crammed into it, so I'm not even tied to like it's basically my own HTML tags So I can make up my own tags. And then I'm, of course, responsible for writing the thing that will parse those. But it lets the content be pretty agnostic of where it's going to end up, which I do like. It's just got to jump through so many hoops. But Nuxt is pretty good. So far, the image handling is the worst part. Actually, I'm curious about that. Nuxt image. Has anyone worked on this? It's not bad. It took like a couple weeks really to get the middle part of it done. Now, I would say broadly, like this is the way to go. If I was going to tell you what to do, I would say like come up with like do your documentation in Markdown, host your assets somewhere else, Flickr or Vimeo, and then you only are responsible for a text document. When you're documenting something, which I think is very good, it's just, you know, getting to the point that your text document does something relevant is the challenge. But again, Jekyll was pretty good. Jekyll's okay for that. It was not a bad place to start. And the best thing about this is in 1 year, I could decide that I hate Vue.js and Nuxt and all of that, and it wouldn't matter because my content is totally divorced from it. So I could build a new system from the ground up and decided now that I could say, I love React and I want to do React and I want to do Next or whatever, Hugo or Jekyll or whatever. And it doesn't matter because my content is still fine. Now I honestly don't know with something like Hugo if I could do my custom components. Like I really do like those, but there's, I would be confident that I could still parse that in some way. Like there's nothing Nuxt specific in these files. The way that previously there was a bunch of WordPress specific stuff in them, like this kind of stuff. There was like WordPress specific stuff crammed into the content, which I did not like. Oh, why doesn't anybody work on this project anymore? Why? What happened to it? Everyone was doing such a good job. And then now... just nobody's done any work. All of March, literally nothing. Why? I wonder what happened. Was there like infighting here? Did something bad happen? Like this was a steadily developed project there for a few months, and then maybe they decided it was good enough, even though it is non-functional in many ways. Okay, I'm gonna go eat lunch or something like that. Thanks for hanging out, Ben. Life is yours. We didn't see Kyle today. Did I miss? Did Kyle stop by? Kyle was supposed to tell us if the YouTube thing worked. Maybe it worked and he doesn't need me anymore. I haven't seen Draclin. I don't know. Draclin is, I think he might have like just moved into Valheim. He might just live there now. Or Dota. One of the two. He might be a professional esports player now. It's not time for me anymore. Okay. I think we're done here. We'll stream again tomorrow. Have a lovely day. Goodbye.